Hey guys, tonight we're diving into the forgotten corners of the world, across deserts, beneath oceans, and into dense, uncharted jungles. These are the places where ancient voices once echoed, and then went silent. From sunken empires, mountain cities swallowed by time, we're about to explore 30 lost civilizations that vanished, some without a trace, others leaving behind impossible ruins that still defy explanation. You'll walk the stone streets of cities, visit temples aligned to distant stars, and hear stories that blend history, myth, and mystery so tightly. You'll start to question what we really know about the past. And fair warning, some of these places, they disappeared for a reason. You probably won't survive this curiosity trip with your sense of reality intact. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and which lost civilization you think we should bring back to life first. Now, let's begin where legends always do. We begin with a legend so famous it's become a cultural myth, a cautionary tale, and an enduring obsession all in one. We're diving into the lost empire of Atlantis Plateau's mysterious sunken civilization, a place of impossible technology, godlike rulers, and a downfall so dramatic even Hollywood doesn't dare compete. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe it, only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And don't forget to drop a comment. Where are you watching from, and do you think Atlantis ever existed? Now close your eyes. Imagine standing at the edge of a glittering coastline more than 11,000 years ago. Behind you, a sprawling empire teeming with life, power, and geometry the world supposedly wouldn't master for another 10,000 years. Ahead of you, the ocean, silent, waiting, and then the ground trembles. Let's rewind. The story of Atlantis doesn't come from hieroglyphs or cave walls. It comes from the mind of Plato, the Greek philosopher, who around 360 BCE wrote two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. In these, he describes a tale told to his ancestor Solon by Egyptian priests, a tale of a mighty island nation beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, a nation that grew arrogant and paid the price. According to Plato, Atlantis was bigger than Libya and Asia combined, a naval powerhouse. The Atlanteans, descended from Poseidon himself, had conquered much of the known world until Athens stood up to them. And when the gods saw that Atlantis had fallen into greed and corruption, they punished it in a single day and night of misfortune. The entire island sank into the sea. Poof, gone. That's the story. But what was the reality? The mystery of Atlantis lies in its blurred line between parable and possible truth. Some scholars say Plato invented the entire thing to make a political point. Atlantis was meant to represent hubris, sexus, greed, empire without morality. In this reading, Athens was the hero, the noble underdog who resisted tyranny. But others aren't so sure, because even though Plato is the only primary source, the details he gives are incredibly specific. Measurements, architecture, agriculture, trade systems, even the city Leuta, set of concentric rings of land and water surrounding a shining central temple to Poseidon. Why go through all that trouble for a metaphor? And why does the date he gives 9,000 years before Solon line up eerily well with the end of the last ice age and the sudden flooding of coastlines all over the planet? Over the centuries, the hunt for Atlantis has become its own obsession in the Azores. People point to submerged structures beneath the waves and claim they're Atlantean ruins. In Antarctica, some theorists suggest the lost empire lies beneath. Miles of ice, hidden by a crust shift. Santorini, Crete, Cuba, even the Saharan desert Atlantis has been found in so many places, it's hard to keep track. One of the most popular theories connects Atlantis to the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete and nearby modern Santorini. The Minoans were advanced, wealthy, and deeply seafaringist, like the Atlanteans. And around 1600 BCE, a volcanic eruption literally blew apart the island of Thera in one of the most powerful explosions in human history. Tsunamis, earthquakes, fire from the Atlantis level stuff. But the Minoans didn't vanish overnight. They declined slowly over decades. So, close, but not quite. What makes Atlantis so irresistible is that it lives at the intersection of myth, memory, and real-world possibility. Some believe that if Atlantis did exist, it might have been a civilization wiped out during the Younger Dryas, a sudden, dramatic cooling period around 10,800 BCE. There's evidence of cataclysmic floods, rising sea levels, and mysterious megalithic structures that predate conventional civilization, like Gobekli Tepe in Turkey, which dates back to around 9600 BCE. Could Plato have been preserving a dim, distorted memory of an actual lost world, passed down through oral tradition, slowly morphing into legend? We don't know, but if you look at old maps, especially those from the Renaissance, some include islands in the middle of the Atlantic, often labeled as Antilia or Isla Perdida, echoes, perhaps, of a truth long submerged. The appeal of Atlantis isn't just in its grandeur, it's in the arrogance of perfection. Plato described a people who had it all vast resources, divine ancestry, brilliant minds, and they still blew it. Their collapse was fast, brutal, and divine. And that resonates, because Atlantis isn't just a city, it's a symbol, a warning. It asks, how advanced can a civilization really be if it can't control its own pride? If we found Atlantis today, beneath miles of sand or sea, would we see ourselves reflected in its ruins? Would it look familiar? And then there are the conspiracy theorized fun ones. Atlantis as the cradle of lost technology, flying machines, crystal energy, nuclear-like power, a society that cracked codes we've yet to rediscover. Some even link Atlantis to ancient aliens, suggesting the gods who gave the Atlanteans their power were visitors from beyond. The so-called Atlantean technology is credited with building pyramids, megaliths, and maybe even launching humanity into a forgotten golden age that ended in cataclysm. Mainstream science. Not convinced, but the idea lingers in the cultural mind. From comic books to novels, from Disney to Assassin's Creed, Atlantis is everywhere. Not because we believe it existed, but because we want to believe, because there's something compelling about a world that had it, and then lost it. So what happened to Atlantis? Maybe it was a metaphor. Maybe it was Crete. Maybe it's real and lying deep beneath the Atlantic, waiting for someone to discover its coral-covered temples and long-dead libraries. Or maybe Atlantis never sank. Maybe it was buried in our own memory, deliberately forgotten because it said too much about who we are when we're at our most powerful and our most vulnerable. One thing's certain, Atlantis is never really lost. Not in stories, not in imagination, and tonight, it's just where it belongs, at the start of our journey through the world's most haunting, humbling, and human mysteries. You step out of the myth and into the dust. From the sunken illusions of Atlantis, we cross into something even more chilling because this one was real. Mohenjo Daro, the mound of the dead, a name that clings to the air like dried blood and forgotten breath. But what makes this place haunting isn't ghosts or gods, it's the silence. This was a city so advanced, it rivaled anything the ancient world could dream up. Grid-planned streets, multi-story homes, a sewage system more sophisticated than some 20th century towns, and yet, sometime around 1900 BCE, everyone vanished. No war, no fire, no plague, just disappearance. Welcome to Mohenjo Daro, of the twin jewels of the Indus Valley civilization, nestled in what is now Sindh, Pakistan. Alongside Harappa, this city flourished more than 4,000 years ago. But unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, the Indus left behind no Rosetta Stone, no grand tombs, no epic conquest narratives, just bricks. Lots and lots of bricks. And that's what makes it so strange. Because what we do know paints a portrait of a culture that was clean, orderly, and eerily modern. Imagine walking down straight, perpendicular streets. The houses rise in tight clusters, built from standardized kiln-fired bricks, all mathematically aligned. Each home had its own bathing area. Drainage ran underground. There were public wells, reservoirs, even what many believe was the world's first public toilet system. Not glamorous, no, but incredibly human. This wasn't a city for pharaohs or priests. It was a city for people, practical, functional, ahead of its time. And then, the silence. When British archaeologists first unearthed Mohenjo Daro in the 1920s, they were stunned. There were no obvious palaces, no grand temples, no dramatic murals of kings or gods conquering their enemies. It was as if the civilization had chosen efficiency over ego. But then they found the bodies, scattered in odd places. Doorways, streets, courtyards, and dozens of skeletons, lying as if death had come suddenly. Not in battle formation, not buried respectfully, just dropped, frozen mid-motion. Some even had signs of trauma-fractured skulls, broken ribs. One body, lying in the middle of a road, still had his arm extended as if shielding himself from something. A sudden disaster, an invasion, a plague. To this day, no one knows for sure, but theories swirl like desert wind. One of the most controversial, that Mohenjo Daro was destroyed by a nuclear explosion. Sounds insane, right? But proponents point to those scorched skeletons. The melted fragments of pottery found fused together at extremely high temperatures, and even radioactive ash in the area. These ideas were picked up by ancient astronaut theorists, who proposed that alien technology, some ancient high-tech civilization, was involved in the city's demise. Mainstream archaeologists scoff, of course. More plausible explanations include natural disasters, like flooding of the Indus River, which could have compromised food supply and hygiene. Others suggest a change in trade routes, which may have economically starved the city, but still, the mystery remains. Let's zoom out. The Indus Valley civilization, at its height, boasted a population estimated at over 5 million. That's not a city, that's a country. And they had no known kings, no standing army, and no giant monuments glorifying rulers or gods. What they did have was trade. They traded with Mesopotamia, with Persia, with other parts of India. Seals from Mohenjo Daro have been found as far west as Iraq. But here's the kicker. We can't read their script. We've uncovered hundreds of small stamped seals, covered in symbols, short texts, never more than 5 or 6 characters. Some resemble pictographs, others abstract shapes. Despite decades of effort, the Indus script remains undeciphered, which means we still don't know their laws, their legends, their language, their story. Imagine looking at a perfectly preserved novel and being unable to read a single word. And then there's the Great Bath. At the heart of the city lies a massive rectangular tank made of finely laid bricks and bitumen sealed, seems engineered to hold water without leaking. Surrounding it were small rooms, stairs, and colonnades. Was it a ritual site, a public pool, a purification zone? Whatever it was, it speaks to something deeper. The people of Mohenjo Daro didn't just survive, they had culture, ceremony, and spiritual life. But since they left no written explanations, we're left to wonder, who were they cleansing for? What gods did they believe in? Why did they choose water, not fire, not blood as their sacred element? And then around 1900 BC, it all began to unravel. Cities were slowly abandoned, trade links faded. The precise planning of urban grids gave way to more chaotic structures. By 1300 BCE, the great Indus cities were mostly empty. No epic battles, no final conquest, just entropy. Some believe that the climate changed, the monsoons shifted, the once fertile Indus region dried out, crops failed, rivers moved, and the people, pragmatic as always, moved on. Others whisper of disease, collapse from within, perhaps even rebellion against an order we can't see, because we don't have the words to describe it. So what's left? Today, Mohenjo Daro is a UNESCO World Heritage City, but it's crumbling, the same water table that sustained life for centuries now threatens to dissolve the ancient bricks. Climate change, salt, corrosion, and neglect have all taken their toll. Without proper preservation, the city may soon disappear a second time. And the tragedy is we've only just begun to understand it. Each uncovered street is a question, each skeleton a mystery, each undeciphered symbol a locked door. Mohenjo Daro isn't just a lost city. It's a ghost of order, a whisper of civilization that may have figured out how to live without tyranny, without monuments, without ego, and then quietly disappeared. And in that silence, it echoes something we might need to hear, that the mark of greatness isn't always power. Sometimes it's the sewer system, the public bath, the clean water. Sometimes it's how well you took care of each other. And maybe, just maybe, they knew that better than we do now. You step off the beaten path, away from oceans and deserts, and find yourself in the heart of North America, a sky that stretches endlessly above the Mississippi River. There's no jungle here, no sand-swept ruins, just grass-covered hills that rise silently from the soil. But these aren't hills, they're mounds. And once upon a time, they marked the center of a city bigger than London. Welcome to Cahokia, the lost metropolis of the Mississippi Valley, place that shouldn't exist, but did so. Before we keep digging, take a moment to like the video and subscribe it only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop a comment. Had you ever heard of Cahokia before tonight? Because most people haven't, and that might be the most tragic mystery of all. Let's rewind to the year 1050 CE. Europe was still crawling out of the Dark Ages. The Norse were just starting to explore the coastlines of North America, and deep In what is now Illinois, a sprawling city was rising. Cahokia wasn't just a settlement. It was a Huber cultural, political, religious, and economic powerhouse. At its peak, it held as many as 20,000 people, possibly. Even more if you count the satellite villages that orbited it like moons around a sacred planet. The heart of Cahokia was Monk's Mound, a massive earthwork more than 10 stories tall and the largest prehistoric structure north of Mexico. Built by hand basket by basket, it dominates the skyline even today. Imagine hundreds of workers carrying soil up plank ramps, shaping a sacred mountain one load at a time. No metal tools, no wheels, just vision and will to top this mound. Likely the chief's temple or residencer, symbol of spiritual and political authority. From there, the city stretched out in a precise grid of ceremonial plazas, smaller mounds, homes, granaries, and roads leading in every direction. This was a city that planned itself like a kingdom, but may have ruled like a theocracy. What's shocking is how few people today have ever heard of it. While Europe romanticizes the ruins of Rome and Asia honors the palaces of emperors, Cahokia remains largely erased from public memory. There were no stone structures to preserve it, no written records to tell its story, just dirt, time, and silence. But what we've uncovered is staggering. Cahokia was a city of engineers and astronomers. One of the most incredible finds was wood. Circular arrangement of wooden posts used to track solar events, including the equinoxes and solstices. Think of it as a Native American Stonehenge, designed not just to mark the seasons, but possibly to align religious rituals with the movement of the heavens. Even more haunting is Mound 72, a low ridge of earth that turned out to be a mass burial site. Here archaeologists found hundreds of bodies, many carefully arranged, others not. Some were elite individuals buried with beads, shell ornaments, and copper. Others, mostly women, appeared to have been sacrificed, laid out in rows, sometimes beheaded, some with signs of ritual binding. This city, for all its sophistication, had blood in its soil. But who were the Cahokians? They were part of the broader Mississippian culture, a loose network of mound-building societies that thrived in the southeastern United States. But Cahokia stood apart. It was bigger, richer, and more centralized, and while they left no written language, they left clues. Shell cups etched with symbols, clay figurines of birdmen, warriors, and priests, walls painted with red ochre, and trade goods obsidian from the Rockies, copper from the Great Lakes, marine shells from the Gulf coastal found buried in Cahokia's earth. This was a city connected by river and road to the far corners of the continent, and it was likely held together not by military conquest, but by shared cosmology and spectacle. Imagine a city that drew thousands from all directions to see the solstice sunrise from Woodhenge, to feast, to pray, to witness sacrifices. Cahokia may have been less a government and more a center of gravity, a spiritual magnet that pulled people into orbit through culture, ceremony, and charisma. And then around 1300 CE, it started to fall apart. The decline of Cahokia is as mysterious as its rise. No invading army, no plague tombs, no volcanic ash. Just a slow unraveling. Some blame climate change, the Little Ice Age, which shortened growing seasons and caused crop failures. Others cite deforestation as Cahokia's demand for wood stripped nearby forests bare, destabilizing the ecosystem. There are signs of flooding, possibly due to to over-farming and the silting of the Mississippi's tributaries. And then there's the most human explanation of all: inequality and unrest. As elites lived high atop the mounds, common people may have struggled with poor housing, food shortages, and labor demands. Excavations suggest that health declined over time, malnutrition, disease, and violence began to increase. The city that once fed festivals may have turned on itself, and by the time Columbus landed in the Caribbean, Cahokia was already gone. The land reclaimed the mounds, trees grew, grass covered the plazas, and by the 1800s, early American settlers had no idea that the strange hills scattered across the land were anything more than natural bumps in the terrain. In a cruel twist of irony, they called the place Monk's Mound because a group of Trappist monks farmed the land nearby, completely unaware of the vast society that once stood beneath their feet. It wasn't until the 20th century that serious archaeological work began to uncover the truth, and even today, much of the city remains unexcavated. What we've seen so far, it's just the edge of the iceberg. Cahokia forces us to reconsider what civilization looks like. It wasn't made of stone. It didn't build pyramids or castles. It built earth. It moved people. And then it disappeared, not with a bang, but with a long, quiet breath. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know their gods. But we know they understood the stars, and time, and sacrifice. We know they built something that shouldn't have existed, but did. And in a world that likes to pretend history started with Europe, Cahokia reminds us there were cities in America before there were cities in America. So the next time you're driving through Illinois and see a bump in the grass, look again. It might be a cathedral made of soil, buried by time and silence. Because the story of Cahokia isn't just about what was lost. It's about what still waits to be rediscovered. You arrive before civilization had a name, before cities, before the wheel, before the written word. You stand on a dusty hilltop in southeastern Turkey. There's no gold here, no kings, just a quiet, wind-blown rise where farmers once plowed, their fields completely unaware that buried beneath their boots lay the oldest known temple complex in the world. Welcome to Gobekli Tepe, place that shouldn't exist. So before we journey further back than history remembers, hit the like button and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, do you think this site was built by hunter-gatherers or someone else? Because this place, it rewrites everything we thought we knew about how civilization began. Discovered in the 1960s, but not truly understood until the 1990s. Gobekli Tepe was once mistaken for just another mound. In fact, the name means Potbelly Hill. But when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt took a closer look, he realized the rocks being tossed aside by farmers weren't just rocks, they were megaliths, some weighing up to 20 tons. And they were old, very, very old. Radiocarbon dating puts the site's earliest structures at 9600 BCE. Let that sink in. That's over 11,000 years ago. It predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years. The pyramids by 7,000, and it was built by people who had no metal tools, no agriculture, no permanent cities. So the question is, how, and more importantly, why? Gobekli Tepe consists of massive stone circles, each made of T-shaped limestone. Pillars, some nearly 20 feet tall, arranged in carefully carved enclosures. At the center of each circle stand two larger pillars, like watchful sentinels. The stones are covered in detailed reliefs of animals: lions, foxes, vultures, scorpions, snakes. They aren't random decorations, they're symbols, and, possibly, myths. A frozen language carved in stone by a people we thought didn't have stories yet. There are no signs that people lived here, no hearths, no homes. Gobekli Tepe wasn't a village. It was a place of gathering, of ritual, maybe of pilgrimage. A sacred mountain where something important happened. But that creates a massive historical problem, you see. Archaeology long believed that civilization followed agriculture. That people had to settle down, farm the land, store food, then they built cities. Then they built temples. That religion and complex society were a byproduct of farming. But Gobekli Tepe flips that theory on its head. Here was a massive, organized construction project that came before farming, before domestic animals, before pottery, which means people didn't settle down because of food. They may have settled down because of belief. Let that sink in. Temples may have come before towns, spirituality before statecraft, gathering to honor the unknown, not to till the soil. The labor required to build Gobekli Tepe would have been enormous. Thousands of people carving, hauling, erecting multi-ton stones using only flint tools and raw determination. No beasts of burden, no wheels. Just organized human effort cooperation on a scale that should have been impossible for nomads. And yet they did it. Why? Some suggest Gobekli Tepe was a sacred calendar aligned to celestial events. Others think it was a place of the dead, an acropolis where sky burials and ancestor worship took place. The animal carvings may have been totemic, spiritual guides, or clan symbols. The twin central pillars may represent deities, heroes, or even the first humans. And here's the twist. The people who built Gobekli Tepe didn't just abandon it. They buried it deliberately. They filled the enclosures with rubble and sand, preserving them perfectly like a time capsule. But no one knows why. Were they protecting it, hiding it, ending a chapter that could never be reopened? And then comes the part that makes your spine tighten. This place isn't alone. Only a small portion of the hill has been excavated. Ground-penetrating radar shows dozens of additional enclosures buried beneath the earth. Some could be larger, older, more complex, which means we've barely scratched the surface. Literally, what if Gobekli Tepe is just one node in a forgotten network of sacred sites? What if civilization didn't begin in the Tigris or Nile, but here on a rocky hilltop under the stars? And just when you think this mystery can't go deeper, it does dart in nearby regions. Similar sites are being uncovered: Karahan Tepe, Navali Kori, and others, showing that this kind of monumental architecture may not have been unique. We're talking about a lost spiritual culture stretching across millennia whose fingerprints were wiped away by time, climate, and the myth of progress. And the symbols, they echo across cultures: snakes, vultures, bulls, twin pillars. Even the concept of a sacred hill appears in later myths, from Mount Olympus to Zion. Are we seeing the distant roots of universal myth, or a lost civilization we barely even remember? Conspiracy theories, of course, thrive here. Some claim Gobekli Tepe is evidence of pre-flood technology, a survivor society from Atlantis or Lemuria, passing down sacred knowledge after a cataclysm. Others link it to ancient aliens, arguing that hunter-gatherers couldn't possibly have built something so complex without help. More grounded theories suggest a long-forgotten cultural revolution where belief and cooperation laid the groundwork for civilization not the plow. But no theory explains it all. Not yet. Today, Gobekli Tepe is protected, excavated slowly under the Turkish sun. But it still raises more questions than answers. And that may be its greatest legacy, because it forces us to rethink the story of ourselves, to ask if we've misunderstood the spark that lit civilization, to wonder if, before laws and kings and cities were brought us together, was something we couldn't explain, a pull toward meaning, toward mystery, toward the sacred, may be what makes us human. Isn't that we built farms? It's that we built temples. So the next time you look at a dusty hill, remember, it might be more than dirt. It might be memory, buried not by accident, but by design, because Gobekli Tepe wasn't lost, it was hidden. And now that we found it, we're the ones who have to catch up. You're walking through the Zagros Mountains, the earth dry and sun-scorched beneath your feet. The wind carries the scent of old copper and distant salt from the Persian Gulf. Dust clings to your boots. You look around and there's nothing, no crowds, no columns, just ruin and rubble. But 4,000 years ago, you'd be standing in the heart of a kingdom that rivaled Babylon, traded with Sumer, and helped shape the early DNA of Iran. This was Elam. The silence around it today is almost deliberate. So before we pull it from the shadows, go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, had you heard of Elam before this? If not, you're not alone. History seems to have forgotten it on purpose. Let's rewind the clockway back to 2700 BCE, though some records placed Elam's origins even earlier. We're in what is now southwestern Iran, near the modern provinces of Khuzestan and Elam. To the west, mighty Mesopotamia was rising, Sumer, Akkad, Assyria. But just across the mountains, another power was quietly building. While Mesopotamian kings were etching their legacies into stone, steles, and ziggurats, the Elamites were crafting a more elusive narrative, monumental, more enigmatic. But they weren't passive. Elam wasn't some backwater. This was a major player, with kings, temples, trade routes, metallurgy, and a distinct culture all its own. Their capital city was Susa, a name that may ring faintly from the Bible or classical texts. But long before Persia made it famous, it was Elamite first, and they were different. While the Sumerians wrote in cuneiform and worshipped Anu, Enlil, and Inanna, the Elamites spoke an isolate language related to anything else in the region and worshipped a strange serpent-linked pantheon. Their chief god was Naparisha, a deity connected to water and fertility. They had deities like Kiririsha, goddess of birth, and Humban, who eventually merged into the iconography of later Persian kings. But here's what's most striking. They were not copycats. Elam took influence from Mesopotamia but twisted it into something unique, something indigenous. Their temples had different layouts. Their art featured braided beards and serpent motifs, hinting at shamanic or animist beliefs. And while Babylon built sky-reaching towers, Elam preferred low, enclosed sanctuaries, intimate, not imperial. And yet, Elam's story is one of constant comeback. They were conquered, yes, by Sargon of Akkad in the 2300s BCE, but they came back, again and again. For centuries, the Elamites were both threat and trade partner to their Babylonian neighbors. They fought, they allied, they intermarried, and sometimes they stole. One of the most infamous events in Mesopotamian history, The Elamites stole the statue of Marduk, Babylon's chief god, and hauled it back to Susa as a trophy of conquest in the 12th century BCE. To put it in modern terms, that would be like stealing the Mona Lisa and using it as a living room decoration. It wasn't just blasphemous. It was psychological warfare, but Elam paid for its pride. Over the next centuries, the kingdom fractured, first under Assyrian pressure, then from internal conflict. Susa was sacked repeatedly, walls crumbled, fire consumed archives, and by the time the Achaemenid Empire, Persia's golden age, rose to dominate the region around 550 BCE. Elam was no longer a kingdom, it was a memory. But here's the twist. Elam never fully died. It merged. The Persians who followed Cyrus the Great, Darius Xerxes, absorbed Elamite culture into their own empire. Elamite became one of the 3 official languages used in Achaemenid royal inscriptions, alongside Old Persian and Akkadian. In fact, some of the oldest surviving records from the Persian Empire are written in Elamite cuneiform. They weren't just using it out of nostalgia, it was practical, administrative, entrenched. The idea of Elam lived on, even as the identity blurred. And yet, the mystery deepens. Unlike Sumer or Egypt, Elam has left us no Rosetta Stone, no great epic poems, no preserved mythology. We have royal inscriptions, some hymns, a few administrative texts, but the full Elamite language, still undeciphered. We don't know the Elamite word for love, or war, or even what they called their land. Imagine standing in front of an ancient library, every book intact, every scroll sealed, and realizing the language is forever locked. We know the Elamites had kings, priests, traders, artisans. We know they built cities, mined metal, sculpted in bronze. But we don't know what they believed about death, about the soul, about the stars. Their mythology has vanished, and that silence, it's deafening. What we do have is their art. Small bronze statues with wide, staring eyes, intricately carved seals showing rituals, animals, and what may be cosmic symbols, snakes coiled around trees, humans bowing to winged beings. These aren't just aesthetic choices, they're clues to a worldview radically different from their neighbors, more organic, less hierarchical, more rooted in the natural world, the body, the elements. There's even speculation, though not confirmed, that Elamite spirituality influenced Zoroastrianism, the later Persian religion. The emphasis on duality, purity, and sacred fire may have roots deeper than Persia itself, deeper. In Elam. Today, Susa is a quiet ruin. You can walk its ancient roads, stand on its weathered platforms, touch the bricks once used by Elamite king, later Persian emperors, but the voices are gone. What happened to the Elamites? Did they fade into Persia? Did they change their names, their gods, their dreams? Or did they simply stop being remembered? Elam is a civilization of shadows, real, documented, powerful, and yet strangely erased. It makes you wonder how many others like it have been buried under empire and myth. How many rival cities were forgotten because they didn't write the history books. Elam reminds us that being great doesn't guarantee you'll be remembered. That whole civilizations can be powerful, innovative, and proud and still be footnotes. Unless we dig, unless we listen. So next time you hear about ancient Persia, remember this: before Cyrus, before Persepolis, before the mighty kings of Iran, there was Elam, whispering from the mountains, watching from the margins, waiting to be heard. Again. We're rolling off the GPS grid into Egypt's far south, where the Sahara glints like powdered glass. At first glance, there's only an empty basin, cracked and silent. But scattered across this dry lakebed, Nabta Playa, stand ringed megaliths that once caught sunrise like a camera shutter and may be the earliest astronomical observatory on Earth. So before we trace these forgotten star maps, tap like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me below, do you think nomads or something stranger set these stones? Wind back to 8000 BCE, monsoon rains still reach this latitude, filling a seasonal lake 60 kilometers wide and frosting its rim with pasture. Cattle herders dig wells, shape some of Africa's earliest pottery, and gather on a low ridge to haul sandstone blocks weighing several tons. They arrange them into small circles and broad causeways that align with solstice, sunrise, and key stars Orion's belt. Sirius, perhaps even the galactic center. One 4-meter calendar circle channels the June sun between two uprights, onto a central marker, announcing the return of rains and grazing land. This precision is hard to overstate. It predates Stonehenge by millennia and crops up among people who carried homes on their backs. Someone had to track horizons for generations, calculate precession by eye, and mobilize labor without kings or taxes. Leadership here was ritual, not royal. Excavations reveal only seasonal camps, hearths, hut floors, storage pits. Yet a handful of burials speak volumes. In one, a cow lies interred beneath a clay tumulus, horns capped with stone, the earliest known cattle grave, showing these animals were holy long before the Nile's Hathor and Apis cults. Scholars suspect Nabta astronomers later moved northeast as drought intensified, taking cattle myths, star lore, and perhaps the very blueprint for Egyptian temple alignment with them. Around 4800 BCE, the African humid period waned. The lake shrank. Grass died. Dunes advanced. Climate, not conquest, ended Nabta Playa. Its builders followed the retreating rain belts, merging into pre-dynastic Nile cultures whose grandsons would carve pyramids toward Orion. And then Nabta vanished even from memory. Sand buried the circles. Nomads saw only weathered lumps. Not until the 1970s did scientists notice deliberate geometry. In 1998, archaeologist Fred Wendorf mapped alignments with GPS, confirming the solstice target and probable stellar axes. His team dubbed the site a stone calendar, a desert Stonehenge, 2 truckloads of years older. Debate flares, of course. Some researchers think the alignments are chance. Others question the dates. Ancient alien fans insist extraterrestrial surveyors must have supplied trig tables. Yet every shovel of data suggests human curiosity alone can chart the heavens. Nabta Playa's lesson echoes Gobekli Tepe. Belief can precede city. These herders settled temporarily to rehearse cosmology on a monumental scale. Their circles became a social magnet, timekeepers, pilgrimage stations, maybe initiation grounds where youth learned the sky's choreography. Cooperation followed. Ideology, not the other way round. Satellite images hint at more secrets. Beneath nearby dunes sit blurred rings and low ridges, likely additional enclosures awaiting excavation. Each year of neglect lets wind erase a few more pages from this pre-pharaonic chapter. Strip away the romance and you still have numbers. Stellar targets matched within a degree. Pillars quarried 20 kilometers off. Lake bottom clay dated by thermoluminescence to 75005 500 BCE. Those facts alone force historians to treat pastoralists as engineers, but story matters too. Imagine the annual festival. Dusk fires flicker, drums echo over water. Elders gesture from stone sightlines, and when dawn light spears the gap, everyone cheers because the cosmos keeps its promise. In a world where rain means life, reading the sky is theology, meteorology, and politics rolled into one bright beam. But Nabta Playa isn't merely archaeology, it's a warning about climate whiplash. Paleoclimate cores showed the Central Sahara flipped from savanna to desert in under 2 centuries. The herders didn't collapse. They adapted, packing tradition into portable stories and trekking toward the Nile. Their footsteps are parables. For our own era of droughts and rising seas, preservation is equally fragile. Salt blooms creep up sandstone, and off-road tracks funnel rare rain against delicate rings. Looters chip fragments to sell on black market sites. The Egyptian authorities plan fences and signage, but budgets tilt toward Luxor and Giza for now. The best shield is awareness, retold story, another vote for protection. Technologically, the site still teaches. Sky simulations show builders encoded the 25,800-year precession cycle well enough to predict star drift centuries ahead. That implies a scientific lineage. Elders teaching celestial math by firelight science long before Socrates. Finally, stand at the center stone at dawn. The ridge becomes an overturned bowl, mirroring the sky's own dome. Its theater, calendar, and prayer fused in sandstone. The message, 10 millennia old, is simple. Look up. You belong to something larger. Archaeologists also uncovered grindstones dusted with sorghum residue, hinting that these nomads experimented at the edge of agriculture. Perhaps the solstice feast included the Sahara's first flatbread, washed down with fermented milk, while elders pointed out Orion's 3 bright fires. Such finds blur the line between hunting camp and proto-village, showing that cultures don't leap from wild to urban overnight. They ghost across thresholds, leaving stone breadcrumbs for curious minds to follow thousands of years into the future. If Atlantis warned against hubris, Mohenjo Daro championed sanitation, Cahokia proved Earth can be cathedral, Gobekli Tepe flipped the farm-first script, and Elam reminded us empires can dissolve into footnotes. Then Nabta Playa adds a quieter epilogue. Climate writes the plot. Water leaves, people move, stones stay, and the desert becomes history's editor. So next time you step outside at dawn, look for Orion fading in the peach light. Those 3 belt stars once signaled cattle drives and solstice rites on a Saharan shore, now 800 kilometers inland. Think of ancient herders raising a toast, of goat milk, confident the sky would steer them home. You climb into the highlands of eastern Anatolia, where the sky hangs low and jagged peaks scrape the wind. Beneath your feet, buried in basalt and blood, lie the bones of a kingdom few have heard of. Its name is carved in stone, etched in iron, whispered in the ruins of fortresses that still cling to the mountains, like memories that refuse to fall tonight. We resurrect an empire older than Rome, stranger than Persia, and nearly erased by time. So before we dig into the stonework and silence, hit that like button and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know, have you ever heard of Urartu before this? Because if not, you're about to meet the ancient world's forgotten iron giants. Let's set the scene. The year is 860 BCE to the south. Assyria is roaring into power, ambitious, ruthless, expanding fast. But to the north, up in the Armenian highlands and along the shores of Lake Van, something else is rising. Something lean, fierce, and defiant. Urartu, sometimes called the Kingdom of Van, wasn't born in the cradle of civilization. It was forged in the mountains, built like a sword drawn against the rising tide of empire. And it showed where the Assyrians built cities on river plains. Urartians built fortresses in the clouds, strategic, inaccessible, and tough as the stone they carved from. The capital, Tushpa, perched like a hawk over Lake Van, with basalt walls and a royal citadel carved directly into the rock face. You didn't walk into Urartu, you climbed into it, and that climb, it was worth it. This wasn't some isolated hill tribe. Urartu was an organized, literate, resource-rich kingdom with international influence. They spoke a language related to Hurren and Terapian, non-Semitic, strange and haunting, and wrote using a cuneiform script adapted from the Assyrians. They built roads, canals, and aqueducts through the mountains one still carries water today. Their artisans worked bronze and iron with surgical precision. Their temples honored gods you've likely never heard of. Chaldee, their warlike chief deity, often depicted standing atop a lion. Arubani, a goddess of fertility, and Thespis, a storm god with lightning in his breath. Religion and royalty were deeply intertwined. Kings left inscriptions claiming divine right, military conquest, and architectural glory carved straight into mountainsides. Urartu's rulers were warrior kings, priests, builders, and propagandists all at once. And yes, they had iron. While the rest of the ancient world was still dreaming in bronze, Urartu mass-produced iron weapons and tools. Their smiths were master metallurgists, and that technological edge turned them into a regional powerhouse. Iron wasn't just a tool, it was a political weapon. Control of highland iron mines made Urartu wealthy. Trade routes connected them to the Caucasus, Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Amber from the Baltic, ivory from Syria, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan all passed through their hands. But Urartu didn't just trade. They conquered. At their height, their borders stretched from eastern Turkey to northern Iran, and from Armenia down toward Syria. They were more than a kingdom, they were a mountain empire, resistant to the flatland strategies of their Assyrian rivals. And that rivalry, it defined them. The Assyrians hated Urartu. They called it a land of rebels and mountain thieves, and launched dozens of brutal campaigns to break it. But Urartu didn't go quietly. They pushed back. Sometimes they even pushed south deep into Assyrian territory, burning cities, capturing forts, humiliating kings. At one point, Urartu threatened Assyrian dominance entirely, forcing them to retreat and regroup. The two civilizations were locked in a chess match of raids, alliances, betrayals, and propaganda. It was war at the edge of the world one fought, with iron, stone, and ideology. But all high places eventually fall. Urartu's decline wasn't immediate. It was erosion by enemy Assyria returned stronger. Then Scythian raiders tore through the highlands. And finally, the rising Medes and Persians absorbed what was left by the 6th century BCE. Urartu disappeared from written history, not with a bang, with a fade. Its language vanished. Its gods were forgotten. Its cities collapsed into hilltop rubble. And for centuries, no one even knew Urartu had existed, until the 19th century. when explorers stumbled across strange inscriptions in the rocks around Lake Van Not, Assyrian. Not Persian, but something else. Something older. That something turned out to be Urartian. Slowly, archaeologists pieced the story back together. They unearthed massive fortresses, royal tombs, temples, metalwork, and steles bearing cryptic texts in a dead language. They found buried helmets, bronze shields, engraved belts, and iron blades still sharp after 2,500 years. Each discovery painted the same picture: a sophisticated, proud, and powerful kingdom whose memory had been buried under stone and snow. But why does Urartu matter? Because it's a reminder of how fragile legacy is. They had writing, cities, diplomacy, armies, technology, and yet they were forgotten, and it's also a lesson in resilience. While empires crumbled in fertile valleys, Urartu survived in the heights, adapted, resisted, and carved meaning into cliffs where the sky touched the earth. They didn't seek easy glory. They built slow, hard, and high. Their monuments weren't meant to dazzle, they were meant to endure. Today, the ruins of Urartu still rise from the cliffs of eastern Turkey and Armenia. Fortress walls still crown impossible peaks. Inscriptions still whisper from black stone, telling stories no one fully understands. The Eurasian language remains partially undeciphered, its grammar elusive, its vocabulary only partly known. There's something poetic about that. That this kingdom, born in shadow and stone, remains half hidden even now. So the next time you hear about the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, remember the other kingdom, the one that never asked for headlines. Remember Urartu, the silent rival, the iron architects, the mountain ghosts that once defied empires, because sometimes history isn't written by the victors. Sometimes it's carved in cliffs, waiting for someone to climb high enough to read it. You stand in the Ethiopian highlands, where the earth lifts toward the sky and ancient wind carries whispers older than kingdoms. Around you rise monoliths, stone stele, some as tall as 10-story buildings, carved with doors, windows, and symbols that speak of the dead and the divine. They do not crumble, they do not bow. This is Axom, a kingdom so powerful it minted coins in gold, sent ambassadors to Byzantium, and was once called one of the four great powers of the ancient world, alongside Rome, Persia, and China. Yet, today, its name floats through silence. Before we step inside the halls of a forgotten African empire, hit that like button and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, had you ever heard of Axom before tonight? Because most of the world hasn't, and maybe, just maybe, it's time to change that. Let's rewind to around 100 CE. The Roman Empire is in its golden age. In India, the Kushan Empire is building sacred stupas. And in what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea, a new power is rising, the kingdom of Axom. But Axom didn't appear from nowhere. It evolved from a mix of indigenous African cultures and South Arabian influences, the result of centuries of trade across the Red Sea. By the time Axom emerged as a kingdom, it already had roads, writing, and international ambition. And it had something else: location. Axom controlled trade routes between Africa, Arabia, and the Mediterranean. Gold, ivory, frankincense, obsidian, rhinoceros horn, and enslaved people passed through its ports, especially Agulus, a city on the Red Sea that rivaled Alexandria in economic importance. And they didn't just trade, they branded. Aksum was the first African kingdom to mint its own coins in bronze, silver, and gold. These coins bore the faces of kings, crosses, and inscriptions in Greek and Jais, Ethiopia's ancient script. That's not just commerce, its identity, declared in metal that it was part of the global order. When traders in Rome or India handled Axomite coins, they saw a black African kingdom asserting its place in world economics with confidence. This wasn't tribal, this was imperial. But Axom's grandeur wasn't just in trade, was in stone. All across the highlands, the Axomites erected enormous obelisks, or stelae, carved from single slabs of granite. Some marked royal tombs. Others stood as cosmic symbols, gateways between earth and heaven. The largest, never successfully erected, weighed over 500 tons, still lying broken where it fell. It would have been the tallest monolithic stele ever raised in human history. Even today, standing beneath the obelisk of Axom, your shadow disappears into its ridged carvings. It towers, serene and absolute, like a needle sewn through history. At the heart of Axom was Ge'ez, one of the world's oldest written languages still in liturgical use. Carved into stone and copied onto parchment, Ge'ez connects ancient Ethiopia to Jewish, Christian, and pre-Christian traditions. The Axomites may have first used it for economic and religious records, but over time it became the voice of prophecy. Why? Because Axom embraced Christianity early, very early, in the 4th century CE. King Azana converted to Christianity, making Axom one of the first nations in the world to adopt Christianity as the state religion. Even before Constantine finished painting crosses on Roman shields, Azana's stelae speak of Christ the Lord, and coins begin to carry crosses. Churches replaced older temples, and the kingdom shifted its spiritual center, redefining African identity long before colonial maps distorted it. But even before Christ came to Axom, there were older gods and older myths. Some say Axom's foundations trace back to Menelik I, the legendary son of the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. Ethiopian tradition holds that Menelik brought the Ark of the Covenant from Jerusalem to Axom, where it still resides, hidden in a chapel guarded by one monk, unseen by any living soul except him. Is it real? No one can say for sure, but the belief is real, the reverence is real, and in Axom, history and myth are interwoven, inseparable. Axom's influence spread far beyond its borders. The kingdom invaded South Arabia, crossing the Red Sea and conquering parts of Yemen during the 6th century. Their navies sailed to India, their emissaries met with Byzantine emperors, and their Christianity had a distinct African flavor, orthodox, but uniquely independent. This was a black Christian empire speaking to Rome as equals, not subjects. And yet Axom was no paradise. It practiced slavery, as most ancient empires did. It fought brutal wars. Its economy, though advanced, was vulnerable to climate shifts, deforestation, and changing trade winds. And eventually, the silence came by the 7th century. The world was changing fast. The rise of Islam reshaped trade in the Red Sea. Naval dominance faded. The kingdom, already strained by overfarming and drought, began to shrink inland, retreating from the coasts, turning inward, hiding in the highlands. But unlike so many lost civilizations, Axom didn't collapse. It transformed. It became legend. The capital moved. The power faded. But the idea of Axom lived in churches hewn from rock, in royal chronicles, in sacred chants in the Ge'ez language, the Solomonic dynasty that ruled Ethiopia. until the 20th century traced its lineage to a Ksum. So while the empire vanished from trade routes and maps, it never vanished from memory. Today, the ruins of Axom still rise from the red Ethiopian soil. The stele stands silent, but not defeated. Tourists come, pilgrims pray, and the shadow of an empire whispers from every carved stone. We were here, we mattered, and they did. Because Axom wasn't just a kingdom. It was proof that African civilizations were global players, not isolated curiosities. That trade, technology, literacy, and theology flourished deep in the continent. That African kings once wrote letters to the Byzantine Empire in Greek and got replies. So why don't we hear about Axom in school books? Why isn't it featured alongside Rome or Babylon or Byzantium? Maybe because it doesn't fit the narrative. A powerful Christian African empire with its own coins, script, theology, and myths. That's not a footnote. That's a revelation. So the next time you hear someone say, Africa had no history, take them to Axom, show them the gold coins, show them Thestalai, show them the script that still sings in churches, and remind them, history isn't written only in marble or conquest. Sometimes it's carved in stone, standing quietly under the African sun. You arrive on the western edge of Europe, where the land kisses the Atlantic and the river curls like a silver ribbon into the hills. The sun sets red over southern Spain, lighting the Guadalquivir River in molten orange. Somewhere beneath this ancient landscape, beneath farmland, marshes, and modern towns lies a kingdom lost to both time and tide. They called it Tartessos, a land of immense wealth, sacred song, and strange silence. And tonight, we follow the echoes of that silence before we descend into this forgotten world. Go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, do you think Tartessos was a real kingdom, or just another version of Atlantis? Let's begin where history meets myth. Tartessos was said to lie at the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, near the modern city of Seville and the ancient port of Gaderno, Cadiz. The Greeks spoke of it in hushed admiration. To them, Tartessos was the edge of the known world, a place of metal, music, and mystery. Herodotus called it a city beyond the pillars of Heracles, and spoke of a king named Arganphonios, who ruled for 80 years and welcomed Greek ships like honored guests to the Phoenicians. Tartessos was a trading partner and a prize, because Tartessos wasn't just legendary, it was rich. Unbelievably so, it sat atop one of the greatest mineral deposits in ancient Europe, the Iberian Pyrite Belt, filled with silver, copper, gold, and tin. And Tartessians weren't just miners, they were metallurgists. They smelted ore into beauty and power. They traded with the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, who traveled across open sea for the chance to load their ships with silver bars stamped in local symbols. From around 900 BCE to 600 BCE, Tartessos thrived. It was urbanized, literate, artistic, a melting pot where Celtic, Phoenician, and indigenous Iberian cultures mixed. They built stone buildings, wrote in a script we can't fully read, and practiced rituals that blurred the lines between sky gods and earthbound ancestors, and then disappeared. Unlike other ancient kingdoms, Tartessos didn't fall in a blaze of war. There are no epic sieges, no ruined cities burned black, just silence. Sometime around 500 BCE, the name vanishes from Greek texts. No more trade records, No more kings, the ports dry up, the songs stop, but the land remembers. In 1958, Spanish archaeologists discovered a site called Cancho Rono, ceremonial complex northeast of modern-day Bali. Inside were ritual altars, animal sacrifices, carved ivories, and Phoenician-style art, burned in layers. It had been intentionally destroyed and sealed, like a spiritual time capsule. Then came the treasure of El Carambolo, unearthed in 1958 near Seville. 21 pieces of solid gold jewelry, including intricate necklaces and plaques, dating back to the 7th century BCE, crafted in a style that fused Phoenician influence with local Iberian designs. Some claim it belonged to Tartessian royalty. Others say it was religious regalia, buried in sacred ground to protect it from whatever ended Tartessos. But was Tartessos a kingdom, or a myth wearing a crown? The Greeks described it with romantic awe. Plato mentioned a region beyond the pillars. Of Heracles, that sounds suspiciously like Tartessos, though in the Timaeus, he names it Atlantis. Some theorists believe the two are the same, that Plato's fabled island was a dramatized version of Tartessos, twisted by oral tradition into something more epic. After all, both were rich in metals located beyond the Mediterranean, destroyed, suddenly remembered only through second-hand accounts. But here's the difference. Tartessos left ruins. Archaeology has uncovered dozens of Tartessian sites, burial mounds, temples, fortified towns, in Caceres, Huelva, and the marshes of the Donana National Park. Radar surveys and ground excavations have revealed walls, harbor structures, and objects once thought Phoenician that turn out to be locally made with outside inspiration. Even their language remains mysterious. The Tartessian script, found on pottery and stone, uses characters similar to Phoenician but forms its own unique syntax. Only fragments survive, and full translation remains elusive. Imagine standing before a tombstone written in a language no one's spoken in 2,500 years. The people buried there had gods, names, lives, and dreams, but all we have are marks and silence. So what happened to them? One theory is environmental. The mouth of the Guadalquivir was once deeper and more navigable. Over centuries, silt built up, cutting off sea access. Ports were stranded inland. Trade collapsed. Without foreign markets, their wealth dried up slowly, invisibly, until the last caravan never arrived. Another theory is geopolitical. As Carthage rose and took over Phoenician trade routes, smaller powers like Tartessos were squeezed out. With no allies and no navy, Tartessos may have been economically choked into silence. There's also evidence of internal upheaval, ritual sites intentionally burned, signs of sudden abandonment, valuables buried or hidden, a cultural a priestly class protecting sacred relics from a new regime, or simply a people sensing the end and choosing to vanish on their own terms. And then there's the mythic theory that Tartessos was always liminal, half real, half legend, a place where memory blends with magic, a kingdom of sunset situated at the end of the world, where the gods spoke in metals and disappeared with the tide. Some believe Tartessos is still underwater, buried beneath the mudflats of Donana, where satellite imaging has revealed strange geometric shapes. Could those be harbors, temples, a palace, perhaps? No conclusive dig has confirmed it yet, but the legend refuses to drown. Tartessos haunts not because we know too little, but because what we do know is just enough to ache for more. It was a place of cosmic balance, sunset coast, sacred river, gold hidden in hills. Its kings may have been priests, its people artisans of light and metal, and its end not a collapse, but a decision to let the world forget, or try to forget, because here we are talking about it again. So the next time you walk the edge of a river, or watch the sun melt into the Atlantic, think of Tartessos. Think of temples wrapped in twilight, of jewelry no longer worn, of songs sung in languages no one speaks. And listen carefully, because under the right wind, you might hear it, the sound of a silver kingdom that sang to the sea and never came back. You descend into the land between rivers, Mesopotamia, where two great waterways, the Tigris and Euphrates, once fed a green cradle in the dust. The air is heavy with heat and memory. The horizon is flat, open, eternal, and buried beneath it are tablets, bricks, and temples that whisper the origins of everything we now call civilization. Welcome to Sumer, the place where humans first learned to write, to build cities, to track the stars, not just to survive, but to remember. So, before we enter the world's oldest cities, go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, what do you think is humanity's greatest invention, writing, law, or memory? Because Sumer gave us all three. Let's rewind to around 4500 BCE. In what is now southern Iraq, the land is flat and fragile, no stone, little wood, just silt and sky. But where the rivers flood, they leave behind fertile mud, and from that mud, something miraculous rises. The world's first cities, Eridu, Uruk, Lagash, Ur, Nippur. These weren't mere villages, they were organized, stratified, monumental. They had temples, markets, walls, and kings. They had priests, scribes, and planners. And they had something no human society had ever left before: written words. Sumer's most enduring legacy was cuneiform, the first known writing system. It began simply as wedge marks pressed into wet clay using a stylus, used to track goods, trade, and grain. But over centuries, those marks evolved into language, into laws, poems, contracts, and myths. By 3100 BCE, the Sumerians were writing about gods, taxes, war, and love. And with that came history, not just memories passed from mouth to mouth, but events recorded in time. And that changed everything, because now a king could speak across generations, a merchant could document debt, a priest could preserve a hymn for a god whose name might otherwise fade. But Sumer didn't just invent writing. They invented civilization as we know it. They built the ziggurat step pyramid temple that rose from the heart of each city like a mountain made by hand. These were homes of the gods, places where heaven touched earth. Atop them, priests offered sacrifice, observed the skies, and interpreted omens in the temple complexes of Uruk. The goddess in a nudity of love, war, and justice was worshipped with rites that blended myth, power, and performance. The Sumerians believed their cities were divinely founded, and that their kings ruled by divine favor, not personal glory. In fact, the first known author in history, a Sumerian high priestess named Enheduanna, daughter of Sargon of Akkad. Her hymns to Inanna, written nearly 4,300 years ago, still survive today. She didn't just write, she signed her name, the first human in history to say, "I am the author. This is my voice." Sumerian society was complex. They had a legal code, centuries before Hammurabi. They had schools where young scribes copied texts until their hands cramped. They had contracts, taxation, banks, and even rented fields and leases. Their economy ran on barter, but also silver weights. Their math was sexagesimal base on 60, which is why we still divide hours into 60 minutes, and circles into 360 degrees. Their doctors prescribed clay tablets of herbs and rituals. Their astronomers tracked the stars with staggering precision, mapping constellations and tracking planetary movement, not for science, but for omens, because to the Sumerians, everything had meaning. The world was not random. It was a patina, divine, cosmic poem written across sky, soil, and soul. But for all their brilliance, Sumer was not a peaceful utopia. The cities warred constantly over land, water, tribute, and pride. Each city-state had its own king, its own god, its own army. They built walls of mud brick, dug canals to drain fields or flood enemies, and kept steles commemorating military victories. One of the earliest known war records, the Stele of the Vultures, shows soldiers trampling foes, spears raised, vultures overhead. Beneath their achievements, violence was always close, and yet, out of this chaos came some of the oldest epics ever written. The Epic of Gilgamesh, carved on clay around 2100 BCE, is the story of a king who seeks immortality and wisdom after the death of his friend Enkidu. Along the way, he slays monsters, speaks with gods, and survives a great flood that parallels the biblical tale of Noah. In the end, Gilgamesh returns not with eternal life, but with understanding that to be human is to love, to lose, to strive and to build something that endures beyond yourself. A wall, a poem, a memory. The message still echoes today. Sumer's influence spread across the world. Later, empires Akkad, Babylon, Assyria rose from its soil, absorbing its gods, its laws, its architecture. But Sumer itself began to fade by 2000 BCE as internal strife and external invasions by peoples like the Elamites and Amorites wore down its cities. Some cities, like Ur, hung on a bit longer. Others, like Eridu, were abandoned. Their ziggurats slowly eroded by time and wind. By the time Babylon ruled the south, Sumer's language had died as a spoken tongue. It became a sacred language, much like Latin would become for medieval Europe. Sumer was gone, but never forgotten. So what happened? Partly, the land betrayed them. The very irrigation that made life possible also salted the soil over centuries. Crops declined. Famine crept in. Trade shifted. And as rival powers grew stronger, Sumer's city-states grew weaker. It wasn't one collapse. It was a slow unweaving, and yet, beneath it all, Sumer left us something no flood or fire could wash away. The blueprint for civilization. Today, Sumerian tablets lie in museums around the world, etched in neat, tiny script full of law codes, shipping manifests, hymns, curses, and dreams. Walk through the ruins of Uruk, and you'll find the foundations of the first great city. Stand beneath the ziggurat of Ur, and you're in the shadow of the first monumental temple ever built. Read the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you're hearing the voice of a civilization that refused to forget itself. So the next time you hold a book, watch the clock, pay with money, read the stars, or write your name, you're walking in the footsteps of Sumer. Because before the Greeks thought, before the Romans ruled, before the pyramids rose, Sumerians were already writing, building, praying, farming, loving, fighting, and remembering. The first to say, "We are here, and we matter," and they still do. You walk through the parched plains of the Punjab, under a sky the color of old pottery. There's no great palace, no looming ziggurat or triumphant arch, just long level mounds of sun-baked brick, and yet you feel it. An order beneath the dust, a quiet geometry, a city built not for spectacle but for life. This is Harappa, one of the major cities of the Indus Valley civilization, and one of the oldest urban centers ever built by human hands. Tonight, we walk streets that once echoed with carts and sandals, past wells, drains, granaries, and homes laid out with such logic you'd swear they were designed by modern engineers. But Harappa didn't shout. It organized, it flowed, it thrived, and then it vanished. So before we map the heartbeat of this silent city, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comment show, does a civilization advanced enough to build sewers and cities just disappear? Let's begin around 2600 BCE, while Sumer wrote cuneiform into clay and Egypt raised its first pyramids. A third great civilization was rising quietly in the floodplains of the Indus River, straddling what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. Its heart were cities like Harappa and Mohenjo Daro, along with dozens of others connected by trade, design, and culture. Together, they formed one of the largest and most sophisticated civilizations of the ancient world, and Harappa. It was one of the jewels. Here's what makes Harappa astonishing. The entire city was planned block by block, road by road. The streets ran in a grid pattern. Buildings were made of uniform baked bricks, standardized in size across the civilization. There were drainage systems beneath the streets, with manholes and soak pits for 1,000 years before London had a proper sewer. Private homes had their own bathrooms and access to running water. Public wells stood on nearly every block. There were granaries to store food, platforms that may have supported markets, workshops for beads, tools, and metallurgy. No single structure dominated, no grand palace, no temple. This was a civilization built around function, not hierarchy, but perhaps the greatest mystery of Harappa is what it didn't leave behind. There are no towering statues of kings, no tombs filled with gold, no blood-stained steles of conquest. Instead, we find seal shunders of small carved stones bearing the images of animals, gods, and a still undeciphered script, the Harappan script, with its looping, linear symbols, appears on pottery, tools, and official seals. Yet despite decades of study, we can't read it. There's no bilingual Rosetta Stone to compare it against, and so we don't know their names, their gods, their laws, or their stories. All we have are images, a one-horned bull-like creature, a meditating figure with horned head, possibly the earliest depiction of Shiva, geometric forms that may be numbers, titles, or prayers. We're looking at a library without a key, a civilization that spoke in symbols we can see but not hear, and yet, through architecture and artifacts, Harappa speaks. It tells us this was a peaceful society, at least one that left little trace of warfare. Weapons are rare, mass graves are absent. Even city walls seem more about flood defense than enemies. Trade, however, was everywhere. Beads from Harappa made it to Mesopotamia. Lapis lazuli, carnelian, goldal passed through Harappan hands. Seals with Harappan script have been found in Sumerian cities and vice versa. Ships likely sailed from coastal cities like Lothal, carrying goods and culture across the Arabian Sea. This was not an isolated civilization. It was part of a global web, perhaps the earliest we've ever known. But then around 1900 BSI, something changed. The cities began to decline, bricks crumbled, streets grew wild, trade routes dried up. People abandoned the great cities and migrated east, toward the Ganges plain. There is no single cause, no dramatic destruction layer, no mass burnings or foreign conquest. Instead, it was a slow unraveling. One theory blames the shifting monsoon, climate change that dried up rivers like the Gangahakra, believed by some to be the mythical Saraswati River. Without water, agriculture failed. Without surplus, cities lost meaning. Others cite tectonic activity. Earthquakes may have altered river courses, turning fertile plains into arid wasteland. Still others believe in internal decline, a breakdown of the complex systems that had held the civilization together. But like so much about Harappa, its end is not fully understood, and that uncertainty haunts us, because Harappa was modern before modernity. It understood urban planning, public hygiene, international trade, and possibly even religious tolerance. It had scale 5 million people at its height, more than ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. It had craftsmanship, fine beads, precise weights, intricate carvings. It had cooperation, not enforced by towering kings or warrior gods, but by civic order. And yet, when it faded, it took its stories with it. Today, Harappa's ruins sit quietly in Pakistan's Punjab province. Visitors walk narrow lanes once trodden by farmers, merchants, and children thousands of years ago. The bricks still fit neatly together, the wells are still deep, and the silence, it's not empty, it's waiting. Waiting for us to understand what they knew. Waiting for the language to be cracked. Waiting for the world to stop ignoring the fact that one of humanity's first cities was also one of its most human, because Harappa wasn't just a place, it was a way of being. Efficient, clean, cooperative, quietly powerful, unwilling to glorify war, willing to make order out of chaos, not for kings, but for people. It didn't build to impress, it built to last. So the next time you see a city plan, a grid of roads, a sewer drain, or a public well, remember this. Long before Rome, before Athens, before London or New York, there was Harappa, breathing in brick, whispering in symbols, and living without the need for monuments, because greatness isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet, and sometimes it's buried in clay, still waiting to be heard. You stand on a windswept plateau 12,800 feet above sea level. The air is thin, sharp, electric. In the distance, snow-capped Andean peaks pierce the sky like gods frozen mid-thought. Beneath your feet, cracked stones, massive, precise, impossible. This is not a ruin. It's a question carved into the earth. Welcome to Tiwanaku, a city that should not exist where it does. Built with techniques we still don't fully understand, abandoned long before the Inca ever rose, and long forgotten by history. So before we breathe the thin air of ancient mystery, go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, do you think we've lost more history in the clouds than we've ever found on the ground? Because Tiwanaku was built above the clouds and then it vanished into them. Let's go back to around 500 CE. The though some scholars argue its roots stretch as far back as 1500 BCE. High on the Altiplano of modern-day Bolivia, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, rose a city unlike any other on Earth. Tiwanaku was the ceremonial and political center of a sprawling pre-Columbian imperione that influenced the entire Andean world but left behind no written language, no grand chronicles, no boastful kings, and yet it built wonders. At the heart of the site is the Acapana Pyramid, a massive stepped platform once believed to be a natural hill-and-till excavation, revealed it was entirely man-made. Its 7 terraces form a perfect cross shape when viewed from above, and a complex drainage system channels water in a way that mirrors celestial alignments. South of it lies the Kalasasaya Temple, flanked by precision-cut stone walls, and home to the haunting Ponce monolith, a 12-foot-tall statue of a stylized human holding ritual objects possibly representing a priest or ruler, or something even older. And then there's the Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of stone weighing over 10 tons. Across its lintel, a figure often identified as the staff god stands surrounded by winged attendants, part deity, part calendar, part cosmic roadmap. This wasn't just architecture, it was astronomy in stone. But how did they do it? The stonework of Tiwanaku is legendary. Gigantic blocks, some weighing up to 100 tons, were transported from quarries over 10 miles away, across marshlands and rugged terrain, with no wheels, no draft animals, no metal tools. The stone's andesite and red sandstone, shaped with such precision that they fit together without mortar, with tight joints that modern engineers still puzzle over. Especially mysterious are the H-blocks found at the site of Pumapunku, just to the southeast of Tiwanaku. These interlocking, geometrically perfect pieces look more like something from an assembly line than a Stone Age workshop. Their angles are precise, their cuts smooth. They appear modular, as if meant to snap together into some greater form. Were they part of a ceremonial platform, a collapsed temple, or something we no longer understand? No one knows for sure. What we do know is that Tiwanaku wasn't just a city, it was a cosmic blueprint. Its buildings are aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar phases. At key times of year, the sun would rise or set directly between stone gates or over sacred markers, signaling ritual festivals tied to agriculture, astronomy, and the gods. This was a spiritual capital, a place where elites gathered to observe, to worship, to govern. The city may not have held a massive permanent population, but it drew people from hundreds of miles away, pilgrims, traders, priests, and astronomers who came to witness and take part in the sacred rhythms of the universe. Tiwanaku wasn't just built to last, it was built to reflect eternity. The civilization that centered on Tiwanaku lasted nearly 700 years, controlling vast regions of the southern Andes and shaping the cultures that would follow. They mastered terrace farming, using raised fields, called sukukolos, to harness limited water and resist frost. They developed advanced irrigation, built long roads, and traded across the highlands and into the Amazon. Their art, seen in ceramics and textiles, reflected a rich mythology, deities with radiant faces, half human, half animal hybrids, and geometric patterns that hinted at deeper mathematical knowledge. And yet, they wrote down none of it. Around 1000 CE, Tiwanaku collapsed. There's no record of invasion, no signs of mass war. Instead, the cause may have been climate. A prolonged drought, lasting decades, drained the water from Lake Titicaca's southern basin, crippled agriculture, and forced migration. Without food, without water, even the great city in the sky could not endure. People left, rituals stopped, stones fell, the wind returned, and the world forgot. By the time the Inca rose in the 1400s, Tiwanaku was already a ruin, a place of myth, revered but abandoned. They believed it was the birthplace of mankind, where the sun rose for the first time, and where gods once walked. Maybe they weren't far off. In the 20th century, archaeologists began to uncover Tiwanaku's grandeur, but much damage had already been done. Spanish colonizers looted stones for churches. Farmers broke up carved blocks for building material. Treasure hunters raided the site. And early excavations did more harm than good, pulling stones from foundations, reassembling monuments incorrectly, and leaving behind confusion. Even today, Tiwanaku remains only partially understood. Its original layout is debated. Its spiritual hierarchy is unclear. Its language is lost. And yet, the stones still speak. So what does Tiwanaku mean? It means that humans, even in the harshest environments, can dream beyond survival. It means that civilization doesn't need a written language to chart the stars, to build monuments, to connect heaven and earth. It means that power can be measured not by armies or conquest, but by sacred geometry, agricultural wisdom, and celestial harmony today. Tiwanaku is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Tourists visit the Gateway of the Sun, pilgrims leave offerings, and researchers continue to scan the earth with radar, hoping to uncover buried temples, hidden layers, missing pieces of a puzzle we may never fully solve. But perhaps we're not meant to solve it. Perhaps Tiwanaku wasn't built to be understood. Perhaps it was built to remind to tell us. We were here. We touched the sky. We listened to the stars. We carved eternity from stone. So the next time you look at a calendar, a constellation, or a stone wall and wonder how it all began, remember this: before clocks, before maps, before history had a name, Tiwanaku was already watching the sky. You walk through canyons where the wind speaks in whispers. High above you, tucked into sheer sandstone cliffs, are windows square, clean, deliberate, cut into walls built by hands long gone. The desert is dry, quiet, ancient, but these ruins still feel alive. This is the land of the Ancestral Pueblons, also known by the older and controversial name, Anasazi, a term from the Navajo language, meaning ancient enemies or ancient ones. What they left behind are not just ruins, but echoes of a civilization so intricately designed, so spiritually grounded, and so mysteriously abandoned. It continues to haunt archaeologists and travelers alike. So before we enter the shadows of stone cities carved into cliffs and deserts, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, how do you explain a society that vanishes, but leaves its soul in the stone? Let's begin where they began, for corners, the region where Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona meet. The story starts around 2000 BCE, with nomadic peoples slowly settling into semi-permanent pit houses and cultivating corn, beans, and squash. Over centuries, they evolved into master builders, farmers, astronomers, and traders. By around 750 CE, the ancestral Puebloan culture entered a golden age. They weren't just surviving in the desert, they were engineering it. At the heart of their civilization stood Chaco Canyon in present-day New Mexico. Between 850 and 1250 CE, it became a ceremonial, economic, and astronomical hub for the entire southwest. There, the Pueblones constructed massive, great houses, multi-story stone buildings with hundreds of rooms, built from shaped sandstone and timber carried from forests over 50 miles away. The largest of these, Pueblo Bonito, rose 5 stories high, contained over 600 rooms, and included kivasa, subterranean ceremonial chambers used for spiritual rituals, storytelling, and community decision-making. And it wasn't random. The buildings were laid out with mathematical precision, aligned to solar and lunar cycles. Sunlight on the solstices would pierce special windows and doorways, lighting sacred spaces and marking key agricultural and ceremonial dates. This was architecture as cosmology, but the wonders weren't just vertical. They were horizontal, too. The Chacones built an extensive road network, with straight roads up to 30 feet wide, stretching for hundreds of miles, radiating outward to more than 150 other outlier communities. Some of these roads were carved directly into solid rock, ignoring natural terrain to maintain their linear path-like lines on a map written in earth and stone. Why? Trade, pilgrimage, spiritual alignment. The answer remains uncertain, but the scale speaks volumes. This was a civilization, connected not just physically, but philosophically. They believed in movement, in rhythm, in the sacredness of direction, and yet, for all their construction, the ancestral Pueblones were also deeply spiritual and rooted in harmony with the land. Their religion centered around nature, the sky, and ancestral spirits. The Kiva ceremonies honored emergence myths, where people were said to have risen from the underworld through a sacred portal called a Cyperpu, symbolized by a small hole in the floor of each Kiva. They believed in balance between earth and sky, body and spirit, present and past. Their art, etched into canyon walls and painted on pottery, depicts spiral symbols, Kushina figures, shamans, and animals, records of vision quests, hunting stories, or star maps. And though they had no written language, their petroglyphs and pictographs remain cryptic, powerful, and uncannily enduring. But then, around 1275 CE, something began to shift. Chaco Canyon was already in decline by then, possibly due to drought, resource depletion, or social unrest. But by the late 1200s, the entire Mesa Verde region in Colorado, home to the famous cliff dwellings, saw its people begin to abandon their homes. These cliff dwellings, Cliff Palace, Spruce Tree House, Longhouse, were built into natural alcoves, suspended hundreds of feet above the canyon floor. They were sophisticated, elegant, protected, and then left behind. The entire Four Corners region saw a mass exodus. People moved south and east toward what are now modern Hopi, Zuni, and Rio Grande Pueblo communities. So what happened? There's no single answer but many threads. 1. Environmental pressure. Dendrochronology tree ring studies suggest a series of megadroughts gripped the region. Water dried up. Crops failed. 2. Deforestation and resource strain. The demand for timber and farmland may have outpaced what the fragile desert ecosystem could provide. 3. Social and spiritual unrest. As hardships mounted, communities may have fractured. Some archaeologists suggest the rise of ritual violence, cannibalism, or witchcraft accusations, hints of societal breakdown under pressure. 4. Migration by design. Some believe the departures were intentional, ceremonial acts guided by prophecy or spiritual renewal, not just desperation. Whatever the cause, the cities emptied. The Kivas went silent. The roads grew wild, but the people did not vanish. They moved, and they remembered. The descendants of the ancestral Pueblones are still here. The Hopi, Zuni, Acoma, and other Pueblo tribes of the southwest carry oral histories that stretch back to Chaco and beyond. They remember the migrations, the ceremonies, the sky paths, the harmony. To them, the ruins aren't abandoned. They are alive sacred markers in a living landscape, places of origin, places of return. And that's what makes this civilization so unique. It left no empire, no gold, no sprawling conquests. It left balance, a legacy of living with not against the land, of building not to dominate, but to commune, of measuring not just time, but meaning in the movement of the sun and the silence of stone. It wasn't about ruling, it was about belonging. Today you can walk through the ruins of Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and Bandelier. You can climb the ladders, touch the bricks, feel the wind that once carried chants through the canyons. But know this, you're not walking through a dead city. You're walking through a story still being told. So the next time you hear the word ruin, think again. Think of kivas lit by solstice, sunrise. Think of roads carved by memory. Think of cliff homes carved into the very ribs of the earth. And remember, the ancestral Pueblones didn't disappear. They simply walked away. On purpose. You stand in the Gulf lowlands of southern Mexico. The air is heavy with humidity and history. Thick jungle presses in on every side, vines curling over broken mounds and cracked stones. And then you see it, a face carved in basalt 10 feet tall and weighing over 20 tons. A colossal head, its features calm, rounded, yet distinctly powerful. A helmet crowns the brow, the lips curve ever so slightly, and the eyes seem to stare not at you, but through you. This is not a statue. This is a monument to something forgotten. Welcome to the world of the Olmec civilization, so old, so foundational, that we still call them the mother culture of Mesoamerica. Yet, like so many of the ancient world's great architects, they left no books, no named kings, no clear answers, just faces in stone and echoes in the jungle. So, before we try to piece together their vanished legacy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, what do you see when you look into the eyes of an Olmec head art, ancestry, or something else entirely? Let's set the stage. The Olmec civilization flourished between 1500 BCE and 400 BCE, along the Gulf Coast of what is now Veracruz and Tabasco. They didn't have sprawling empires like the Aztec or Maya, but they left their fingerprints on everything that came after: religion, astronomy, writing, ritual, ball games, even the calendar. And yet, when archaeologists first unearthed their ruins in the 19th century, they found something baffling. These ancient sites didn't belong to the Maya or the Aztec or any known culture. The style was older. Stranger, they had found the Olmec. The Olmec heartland was lush and treacherous swamps, rivers, jungle, and yet they built cities. The first major center was San Lorenzo, rising around 1200 BCE. It included ceremonial platforms, plazas, drainage systems, and enormous earthworks. Here, the first colossal heads were found carved from stone, hauled nearly 50 miles from distant mountains, moved without the wheel, beasts of burden or metal tools, and yet the cuts are clean. The scale is staggering, and the skill is undeniable. Later came La Venta, the next Olmec capital, which peaked around 900 to 400 BCE. It had a pyramid complex. Long before the Maya ever raised a temple, massive basalt thrones were buried beneath it, along with mysterious greenstone offerings and jade figurines laid out in perfect rows, like cosmic chess pieces frozen mid-game. But who were the Olmec? We don't know what they called themselves. Olmec means rubber people in Nahuatl, a name given by the much later Aztecs because the region produced natural rubber. Their writing system, if they had one, remains undeciphered, though carved. Glyphs on the Cascile block suggest they may have developed one of the oldest scripts in the Americas. We don't have their myths written down, but we have their symbols. And in Mesoamerica, symbols are everything. One of the most persistent is the Wurjaguara, snarling, open-mouthed creature with both feline and human traits, appearing on carvings, figurines, and ceremonial axes. Was it a god? A shaman in transformation? A guardian of the underworld? The Olmec seemed obsessed with duality, human and animal, life and death, earth and sky. Their art reflects this. Baby-faced figures with adult proportions, supernatural beings with fangs and flame-shaped eyebrows, and hybrid creatures no zoologist could name. Their world was magical, but it was also mathematical. They aligned their cities to celestial events. They likely tracked Venus, as later Mesoamerican cultures did, and they played the ballgamer ritual sport tied to death, rebirth, and the movement of the heavens. The oldest ball courts found in Mesoamerica are Olmec. The tradition they started would echo through Maya and Aztec civilization for 2,000 years, but there's something deeper, something quieter, that the Olmec gave to the world. They were the first in the Americas to think monumentally. The colossal heads are their calling cards. 17 have been discovered so far, each carved from a single volcanic boulder. Each is unique. Some bear signs of rulers, others of warriors, but all wear helmets perhaps. Protection for battle or symbols of ritual status. And here's the question that still stirs debate. Were these depictions of gods or of real people? Some believe they're portraits of rulers, each face a testament to power, to presence, to legacy. Others see spiritual archetypes. But either way, they are immovable biographies, not written in ink, but in volcanic stone, not meant to be read, but felt. And then, sometime around 400 BCE, the Olmec civilization began to fade. San Lorenzo had already been abandoned centuries earlier, possibly due to political unrest, environmental collapse, or shifting river patterns. La Venta too was slowly deserted. What caused the decline? There are theories. River shifts may have undermined agriculture and trade. Internal revolution could have toppled elite structures. Volcanic eruptions might have rendered key areas uninhabitable. Or the Olmec may have simply decentralized, with their ideas spreading as people migrated outward. Because that's the secret. The Olmec didn't vanish. They diffused. Their religion, art, symbolism, and ritual practices were absorbed into rising civilizations. The Zapotec, Maya, Teotihuacan, and later the Aztec. Like seeds, they scattered their influence across centuries. Today, you can visit places like La Venta Park in Villahermosa, where the colossal heads rest beneath trees. Or you can stand at the edges of San Lorenzo, where mounds rise from farmland, silent but stubborn. You won't find palaces, you won't find libraries, but you'll find meaning in every curve of basalt, in every jaguar grin, in every baby-faced figurine, So what does it all mean? The Olmec weren't just the first. They were the blueprint. They showed that in the jungles of Mesoamerica, long before Columbus, long before the Aztecs, and even the Maya civilization had already awakened. Not with pyramids, not with warfare, but with vision. A vision carved in stone, tied to the stars, rooted in earth, and humming with spiritual electricity. So, the next time you hear someone say history began in Mesopotamia or Egypt, remind them of this. At the edge of the jungle, long before the history books begin, a civilization without a name was already dreaming in stone. They did not leave us words, they left us faces. And if you listen closely, the Olmec are still speaking, not in sentences, but in stares that never blink. You stand on the Anatolian plateau dry, golden, endless. The land is quiet now, dotted with low hills and scattered ruins. But 3,000 years ago, this was the seat of a superpower kingdom that rivaled Egypt, that fought Troy, that signed the world's first known peace treaty, and then vanished so completely it was thought to be a biblical myth. Welcome to Hattusa, capital of the Hittite Empire. Welcome to a civilization that ruled with iron, reason, and fire, then disappeared into silence, before we cross the Lion Gate and enter the halls of a forgotten empire. Go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, why do you think some of the most powerful civilizations leave behind so little memory? Because the Hittites, they were mighty, they were literate, and for centuries, we forgot they existed. Let's go back to around 1600 BC. While Egypt flourished along the Nile and Babylon rose beside the Euphrates, a new power emerged in central Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. These were the Hittites, an Indo-European people who absorbed earlier cultures like the Hassians and built a complex, multi-ethnic empire. Their capital, Hattusa, was carved into rocky hills, surrounded by massive stone walls that zigzagged across the terrain like dragon spines. They built double gates, carved lions and sphinxes into stone, and created monumental sanctuaries in the cliff's sacred places like Yatsilikaya, where the gods marched eternally in relief across the rock. This was no backwater. This was an empire that knew its strength. The Hittites weren't just warriors. They were bureaucrats, engineers, diplomats, and lawmakers. They developed a complex system of law, codes some strict, some surprisingly humane. Compared to the harsher laws of Babylon, the Hittites often preferred fines over execution, compensation over mutilation. There were laws governing marriage, theft, sorcery, even livestock disputes. They also pioneered treaty diplomacy. The Treaty of Kadesh, signed with Ramses II of Egypt around 1259 BCE, is the oldest known international peace agreement in the world. Copies exist in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform, a rare moment where two ancient superpowers agreed to end a brutal war in writing. And what a war it was, at the height of their power. The Hittites controlled much of Anatolia, northern Syria, and upper Mesopotamia. They ruled over a web of vassal states, client kings, and rival cities. But their greatest test came in 1274 BCE. On the plains of Kadesh, there, the Hittite king Muwatalli II clashed with Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Ramses the Great, in a battle involving thousands of chariots, the largest such battle in recorded history. The outcome, technically a draw. Both sides claimed victory, but what matters is that the Hittites held the line against one of history's most powerful empires. They were not mere participants in the ancient world, they were definers of it. But then, silence by 1200 BCE. The mighty Hittite Empire collapsed. The royal capital was burned. The great walls fell. The archives stopped. For nearly 3,000 years, no one spoke their name. Even the Bible, which mentions the Hittites, was assumed to refer to a smaller tribe, not an empire. Scholars thought it was a mistake, a myth, an exaggeration. And then, in the 19th century, archaeologists began unearthing ruins in central Turkey Hattusa, with its temples, walls, gates, and most importantly, tablets. Thousands of them got cuneiform. Tablets in an unknown Indo-European language eventually deciphered as Hittite, the oldest known written form of any Indo-European tongue. The myth had been real all along, and those tablets, they revealed everything: lists of kings, inventories of goods, religious rituals, court transcripts, political correspondence with Egypt and Babylon, epic myths featuring gods of storm and sun and underworld. The Hittites believed in a pantheon of over 1,000 gods, so many that scribes simply called it the Thousand Gods of Hatti. They blended deities from Phaeacians, the Hurrians, and Mesopotamian cultures, creating a syncretic spiritual ecosystem. Their chief god was Tarhunt, the storm god, a warrior deity who fought dragons and brought rain to the parched fields. And then there was Queen Puduepa, one of the most powerful women in the ancient world, high priestess who became queen and quarreled with King Hattusili III, issuing laws, signing treaties, and conducting diplomacy with Egypt and Babylon. Her seal was found in Egyptian archives. She was no figurehead. She was a force. The Hittites also may have been among the first to work iron, not in large quantities yet, but enough to hint at a coming revolution. Their control over iron tools and weapons may have given them an early edge in farming, warfare, and construction. Yet they ruled not just by force, but by balance. They were a link between East and West, between Indo-European and Semitic cultures, between the Aegean and the Levant. They did not seek immortality in gold. They sought it in order. And then the Bronze Age collapse struck. Around 1200 BCE, a wave of disaster hit the eastern Mediterranean. Famine, drought, earthquakes, and invading sea peoples destabilized nearly every major power. Mycenaean Greece fell. Ugarit burned. The Hittite Empire, stretched thin and battered by internal dissent, collapsed. The capital Hattusa was abandoned and destroyed. Regional powers tried to survive, like Carchemish, a Hittite vassal city that held on for another few centuries. But the core was gone. The empire had vanished, and with it, its memory. Today, the ruins of Hattusa remain, its stone lions still standing guard, its archives still waiting to be read, its myths of gods, dragons, treaties, and queens still waiting to be told. What makes the Hittites so remarkable is not just their power, but their disappearance. They remind us how even the strongest can be forgotten, how even peace treaties can burn, how even queens with names carved in stone can vanish for millennia. And yet, here we are, saying her name, telling their story. So the next time you read about Egypt, Babylon, or Troy, remember this: there was a third great power, the Hittites. Stone walls, bronze treaties, iron mines. They may have fallen, but their empire left echoes in the language we speak, the laws we follow, and the storms we still name. You arrive on the island of Crete, where the Aegean Sea shimmers like polished obsidian and warm winds carry the scent of olives and salt. High on a hill above the coast, Red columns rise from broken stone, the ruins of Knossos, heart of a civilization. So graceful, so advanced, so deeply intertwined with myth, that for centuries people believed it had never existed at all. This was Minoan Crete, home of labyrinths and bull dancers, sea kings and serpent goddesses. A place that shimmered at the edge of history and then vanished under ash and wave. So, before we step into the painted halls of the world's first European civilization, like the video and subscribe button, only if you genuinely enjoy what I do. Hear and tell me in the comments, was the Minoan world more myth or more memory? Let's go back to around 3000 BCE, while Egypt was building pyramids and Mesopotamia was writing its first cuneiform signs. The people of Crete were already sailing, trading, and crafting with bronze. They didn't build empire by conquest, they built it by commerce. The Minoans were mariners, masters of the Mediterranean who traded with Egypt, the Levant, and the Greek mainland. At their height from 2000 to 1450 BC, either controlled a maritime network that stretched from the Cyclades to Cyprus. Their ships brought tin and copper, saffron and wine, olive oil and ivory, and, in return, they absorbed the best of every culture they touched. But what they created on their island was entirely their own. The beating heart of Minoan civilization was the palace, but not in the way we imagine palaces today at Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros. These sprawling multi-story complexes weren't just royal residences. They were economic hubs, religious centers, storerooms, workshops, and possibly even administrative archives. The Palace of Knossos, the largest, covered over 150,000 square feet with over 1,000 rooms, connected by twisting corridors, staircases, and painted walkways. It's easy to see how this inspired the myth of the labyrinthine structure so complex. Even its creators seemed to hide stories inside its walls. And the art, frescoes on every wall, alive with movement and color. Dolphins leap above royal chambers. Dancers leap over bulls in scenes of ritual and acrobatics. Women in flounced skirts, bare-breasted and adorned with jewelry, stand proud, not passive. This was a world where nature, fertility, and ceremony were central. We don't know the names of Minoan rulers. We don't know the names of their gods, but we know how they saw the world: colorful, fluid, feminine, and filled with sacred energy. And in the center of their belief system, the goddess. Unlike the patriarchal pantheons of later Greece, the Minoans seem to have worshipped primarily female deities, fertility goddesses, snake priestesses, Mother Earth figures. The famous snake goddess figurines, unearthed at Knossos, show women holding serpents in each hand, their eyes wide and powerful. These weren't subservient priestesses. They were symbols of control, rebirth, and spiritual authority. Even the bull, so prominent in Minoan art, may have represented male energy, subdued or honored within the feminine sphere. The bull leaping scenes, acrobats vaulting over the horns of a charging beast, suggest ritual performance, not just sport. In Minoan religion, as in Minoan politics, there seems to have been balance, and yet, for all their grace, the Minoans were not naive. They built fortified ports. They controlled wealth and storage through centralized systems. They developed two forms of writing: Cretan hieroglyphs, largely undeciphered; Linear A, an elegant script used for accounting, religion, and administration. We found hundreds of Linear A tablets in palaces and shrines, but unlike Linear B, which the Mycenaeans later used to write early Greek, Linear A remains unreadable. We don't know the Minoan language. We don't know what they called themselves. They left no epic, no king lists, just pottery, frescoes, symbols and silence. And then came the disaster. Around 1600 BCE, the volcanic island of Ferenau, Santorini erupted. In one of the largest explosions in human history, the sky turned black, ash rained down across the Aegean. Tsunamis raced toward Crete. Thera, once a thriving Minoan colony, was buried beneath ash. Its city Akrotiri was preserved like a Bronze Age Pompeii, its frescoes frozen mid-breath. Eruption didn't destroy the Minoans outright, but it crippled their maritime network. Harvests failed, ports flooded. The psychological impact may have been even worse: a religious collapse. The gods silenced by fire and sea. Into that vacuum stepped the Mycenaeans, Greek-speaking warriors from the mainland. By 1450 BCE, Mycenaeans had taken over Minoan palaces, adopting their systems, their art, even their gods, but turning them toward new ends. Linear A gave way to Linear B, now used to write Greek. The balance shifted. The goddess made room for kings. The Minoan world didn't just fall, it was absorbed, but traces remained. In Greek myth, Crete is everywhere. The labyrinth of Daedalus, where the Minotaur prowled. King Minos, who demanded tribute of Athenian youths. The flight of Icarus, whose wax wings melted in the sun. The bull of Poseidon, the dance of Ariadne, the betrayal of Theseus. These are not random tales. They are folk memories of a real people, whose palaces dazzled and whose ships ruled the sea. Today, you can walk the ruins of Knossos, restored, in part, by the controversial archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans, who gave the Minoans their name after King Minos, but also reconstructed much with more imagination than evidence. Still, the red columns rise, the frescoes gleam, and the wind carries the scent of history through the open courts and crumbling halls. The Minoans are not forgotten, but they remain enigmatic. So what does it mean? The Minoans remind us that civilization can be beautiful, fluid, and powerful, without being obsessed with conquest. That women can stand at the center of myth and power. That art and architecture can reflect harmony instead of domination. They weren't perfect, but they were unique, and maybe that's why they vanished. So the next time someone tells you history is all war and empire, show them a fresco of dolphins leaping over a queen's chamber. Show them a stone goddess with serpents in hand and fire in her eyes. Show them Minoan Crete, a civilization of color, balance, and brilliance, dancing just beyond the edges of myth. You look out over the endless expanse of the Indian Ocean. There's no land in sight, just rolling water and the hush of something deeper. But somewhere beneath the waves, if the legends are true, lies a sunken continent, a lost world, a forgotten knowledge, cataclysmic collapse, and civilizations older than any we remember. This is Lemuria, name whispered in myths, science, and occult dreams alike. A place that may have never existed, or may have once connected the corners of humanity before being swallowed whole. Tonight, we descend not into ruins, but into a possibility. So before we dive beneath the surface of fact, fiction, and everything in between, go ahead and like the video and subscribe it, only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, do you think Lemuria was real or just a shadow of our desire for something older than history? The story of Lemuria begins not with myth, but with science. In the mid-19th century, scientists were baffled by a peculiar mystery. How could lemurs, small primates, native to Madagascar, so closely related to species in India and Southeast Asia, but found nowhere in between? In 1864, zoologist Philip Sclater proposed a daring theory. Maybe there was once a land bridge, a now lost continent stretching across the Indian Ocean. He called it Lemuria, after the creatures that sparked the question. At the time, plate tectonics wasn't yet accepted. The idea of continents drifting was still decades away. So the concept of a sunken landmass, missing continent, seemed not just possible, but necessary. But what began as a scientific hypothesis would soon devolve into something stranger. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Lemuria was adopted by spiritualists, esoteric philosophers, and occult writers, who reshaped it into a mystical cradle of human origins. The most famous among them was Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society, who claimed that Lemuria had once been home to a great and ancient received Lemurian spiritually evolved beings who communicated through telepathy and light. In her cosmology, Lemuria preceded Atlantis. It was a land of primal wisdom, vast forests, crystal temples, and spiritual purity. The Lemurians were giants, both physically and mentally, who lived in harmony with nature and possessed forgotten sciences. Later, occult thinkers like James Churchward and Rudolf Steiner added their own layers. Lemuria, they said, had been located somewhere between India, Australia, and Africa, and its people seeded humanity with sacred knowledge before their world was drowned by flood and flame. What was once a zoological placeholder had become an Eden lost beneath the sea. But what does the evidence say? Here's where it gets complicated. Geologists now understand that continents do drift. There was no need for a sunken land bridge between Madagascar and Indiathos. Continents were once joined together as part of a supercontinent called Gondwana, which began breaking apart over 100 million years ago. So in a scientific sense, Lemuria as a continent doesn't exist. But does that mean the idea is dead? Not entirely. In recent years, geologists have found tantalizing clues of sunken land masses that may have inspired the legend. Off the coast of India, in the Gulf of Cambay, sonar scans in the early 2000s revealed submerged structures, walls, and what may be ancient building foundation slating, some to claim the discovery of a sunken city older than any known Indian civilization. Though still controversial, it reignited interest in the idea that something once stood where now there is only sea. Even more intriguing is the discovery of Zealandia, a genuine submerged continent in the Pacific Ocean, almost entirely underwater, except for New Zealand and a few islands. It proved that lost continents are not pure fantasy. And then there's Mauritia, microcontinent identified beneath the island of Mauritius in 2013. It's composed of ancient zircon crystals dating back 3 billion years, buried beneath young volcanic rock, a piece of Gondwana that broke off and sank. In other words, the Earth does lose pieces of itself. Sometimes entire landmasses really do disappear. So what if Lemuria wasn't one place, but many pieces? A collage of forgotten lands, drowned cities, shifting myths. Ancient Tamil texts speak of Kumari Kandam, a sunken continent south of India that was once home to an advanced Tamil civilization, the cradle of all human knowledge, now lost beneath the sea. It's often equated with Lemuria in modern Retelllings. In Madagascar, native oral traditions speak of ancient migrations, lands swallowed by water, and ancestral homelands no longer reachable. And in Polynesia, countless islands hold stories of sunken lands, vanished homelands, and migrations across waters that once connected worlds now far apart. These may not be literal memories, but they may be mythic echoes, ripples left behind by climate change, rising seas, and ancient trauma. Because here's the thing, sea levels have not always been what they are now. During the last ice age, global sea levels were over 300 feet lower than today. Vast swaths of coastline now underwater would have been dry land. And as the ice melted catastrophically fast, around 10,000 years ago entire regions were flooded. It wouldn't have taken a continent vanishing beneath the sea to spark legends. A beloved shoreline, a sacred island, a thriving coastal city, all wiped out by rising waters. Imagine watching your world drown. What story would you leave behind? So what was Lemuria? Maybe not a single lost continent, but perhaps a simpler catch-all myth that holds within it the fragments of Gondwana, the memories of rising seas, the dreams of primal knowledge, the sorrow of cultures swallowed by time. In that way, Lemuria is real enough. Not because we can map it, but because we need it. We need a place to store the idea that we came from somewhere deeper, somewhere not made of war and walls, but of wonder, intuition, and harmony with nature. Today, Lemuria lives on in popular culture, in comics, anime, spiritual literature, and speculative archaeology. For some, it's a metaphor. For others, a spiritual homeland. For a few, it's still a mystery waiting to be uncovered beneath the sea. But wherever Lemuria truly lies, on the ocean floor, in ancient dreams, or deep within cultural memory, it continues to call, not with answers, but with a question. So the next time you stare out across the ocean and feel a strange stillness settle over you, don't dismiss it. Maybe you're standing where a city once stood, where someone watched their sky darken, where towers fell to wave and wind. Maybe you're standing at the edge of Lemuria. You climb the rocky hill of Mycenaean in southern Greece, where golden grass whispers around shattered stone. The sun blazes over massive walls, kind the ancients swore were built by giants. At the summit, beyond the Lion Gate, lie the tombs of kings, gold masks, spiral-cut swords, and somewhere beneath it all, the bones of a legend. Welcome to the world of the Mycenaeans. Bronze Age warlords who once ruled the Aegean, launched 1,000 ships, and may have inspired the epics of Homer. They were powerful, organized, and advanced then, without warning. They vanished into fire, famine, and myth. So, before we sail with their fleets and walk their palace halls, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And, in the comments, tell me, do you think the Trojan War really happened? Or was it all a story to remember, a civilization that no longer had a voice? Let's go back to around 1600 BCE, when mainland Greece was a patchwork of warrior chieftains and hilltop villages. Then something changed. Tombs got richer, weapons got sharper, architecture got bolder. From the shadows of Minoan Crete rose a new kind of power, Greek-speaking, militarized, and ambitious. The Mycenaeans, they didn't build empires with trade like the Minoan. They built them with war, with thick walls, chariots, bronze blades, and far-reaching alliances. And their name, Mycenae, would come to define a whole era of Greek civilization, the late Hittite or Mycenaean period. Their cities, Mycenae, Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, Athens, weren't just settlements. They were fortified citadels, towering above the plains, meant to show dominance and withstand siege. and at the heart of each citadel, a palace, not like Knossos, with winding corridors and murals of dolphins. Mycenaean palaces were military command centers, stone-built, organized around a megarona great hall with a central hearth, surrounded by throne rooms, storage areas, and archives. These palaces ran like administrative machines. They tracked everything: grain, sheep, taxes, laborers, armor. The records were written in a script called Linear Bian, early form of Greek, and the oldest known Greek writing. Thanks to the deciphering of Linear B in the 1950s, we now know what the Mycenaeans called their gods: Poseidon, Zeus, Hera, Dionysus, centuries before they became Olympians. Their pantheon was already forming, and their wealth. Legendary in 1876, Heinrich Schliemann unearthed a royal shaft grave at Mycenae. Inside, gold death masks, bronze swords inlaid with niello and lapis, daggers engraved with lion hunts, and jewelry that hadn't seen light in 3,000 years. He believed he had found the grave of Agamemnon, the king who led the Greeks to war against Troy. He hadn't. The tomb was centuries too early, but the symbolism stuck. The Mycenaeans became the Greeks before the Greeks, a warlike society of kings, soldiers, and seafarers whose legacy would echo into Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Speaking of Troy, around 1250 BCE, the Mycenaeans were at their peak. Trade routes reached Egypt, Hatti, Cyprus, and the Levant. Their pottery showed up as far as Syria and Sicily, and somewhere in Anatolia, across the Aegean, sat Troia, wealthy, strategic city on the Dardanelles. There was a war. Archaeology at Hisaulik, the historical site of Troy, shows signs of destruction. A great city burned around 1200 BCE. Was it the war of Helen, Hector, Achilles, and Odysseus? Probably not exactly, but was it a real conflict between two proud powers over trade, honor, or revenge? Absolutely. The Mycenaeans may have won, or they may have paid a price too steep to recover, because not long after that, the world fell apart. Around 1200 BCE, Mycenaean palaces were burned. Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, Mycenae, all reduced to rubble and silence. Their bureaucracy collapsed. Their art vanished. Linear B disappeared for 400 years. We call it the Bronze Age. Collapse, systemic crash across the eastern Mediterranean. Hittites gone, Ugarit burned, Egypt barely survived, and the Mycenaeans, they were undone by a combination of invasion by the mysterious sea peoples, internal rebellion, and palace infighting, famine and drought, overextension of resources, and, perhaps, the aftermath of too many wars for centuries. Greece entered a dark age. No writing, no kingdoms, just whispers. And yet, the Mycenaeans were never truly gone. They left behind stories, passed down orally, generation by generation. Around 700 BCE, a blind poet named Homer put them to verse. The Iliad told of the wrath of Achilles at Troy. The Odyssey chronicled Odysseus' long journey home. These weren't exact histories, but they weren't pure fiction either. They were mythologized memory, the final flicker of a civilization. Seen through the lens of legend, the characters Agamemnon, Menelaus, Nestor, all bear names found on Linear B tablets. The rituals, the weapons, the ships, they all reflect Bronze Age reality. Homer didn't invent the Mycenaeans, he immortalized them, and now, you can still walk through Mycenae's Lion Gate, where two lions guard a narrow entrance once lined with soldiers. You can visit the treasury of Atreus, a beehive-shaped tomb carved into the hillside, where echoes of mourning may still linger in the stone. You can see the gold mask, Schliemann misnamed, and wonder whose eyes it once covered. And you can read the linear B tablets dry, administrative, practical, and realize that these weren't just mythic warriors. They were real people, with harvests to track, with gods to appease, with empires to hold together, until they couldn't. So what does it mean? The Mycenaeans show us how a civilization can die in silence, but live on in song. That even without a single surviving city, a people can echo, forward in language, in myth, in stone. They remind us that stories aren't just entertainment. They're preservation, memory, armor against the tide. So the next time you hear a line from the Iliad or see a hero in shining bronze, remember this. Behind the myth was a people. Behind the epic, a city. Behind the fall, a name etched into crumbling clay. The Mycenaeans did not survive, but they were never forgotten. You stand in the highlands of Oaxaca, Mexico, where the mountains ripple like green waves and the sun carves shadows across carved stone. Rising above it all is a flat-topped ridge called Monte Alban, a city in the sky. It's quiet now, abandoned, for centuries. But once, this place pulsed with ceremony, astronomy, and kings who called themselves the people of the clouds. Welcome to the world of the Zapotec civilization that rose before the Aztecs, rivaled the Maya, and carved a sacred city on a mountaintop, then faded into the silence of stones. Before we descend into tombs and glyphs, go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, had you heard of the Zapotecs before this? Or is this your first glimpse into a civilization that shaped ancient Mexico long before its more famous neighbors? Let's go back to around 500 BCE, while Rome was still a fledgling republic and Athens was arguing over democracy. The Zapotec were building cities, tracking the stars, and burying kings in tombs beneath temple plazas, and they did it all from above. Literally, their capital, Monte Alban, was built on a leveled mountaintop 1,200 feet above the valley floor. It wasn't a defensive choice, it was symbolic. They brought the earth closer to the sky, creating a ceremonial axis between heaven and humanity. No other Mesoamerican city was like it. Monte Alban wasn't just a religious center. It was a political powerhouse. At its height between 200 BCE and 600 CE, it ruled over thousands of square kilometers, connecting valleys, trade routes, and villages through military strength and cultural influence. Its central plaza was ringed with temples, palaces, pyramids, and ball courts. The stonework was precise, the layout astronomically aligned, and the symbolism rich. One of the most mysterious features, the Danzanta stone carvings of contorted human figures. Some appear dancing, others seem mutilated. Some scholars say they're captives or sacrificial victims of visual assertion of Zapotec dominance. Others argue they represent shamans, in trance, souls between worlds. Either way, they show one thing clearly. The Zapotecs were not passive villagers. They were rulers, warriors, priests, and they left a legacy in stone. But they didn't just carve, they wrote. The Zapotecs developed one of the earliest known writing systems in the Americas. Their script combined logograms, symbols for whole words, and phonetic glyphs representing sounds. And while not fully deciphered, it shows clear continuity with later Mesoamerican scripts. They used it to record royal lineages, calendars, conquests, and rituals inscriptions that still survive on stele and temple walls. They also used a 260-day ritual calendar, likely shared with the Olmecs and Maya, showing their deep understanding of time, cycles, and astronomy. This wasn't guesswork. It was cosmic science, written in stone. Religion guided everything. The Zapotec believed in a layered cosmos, the heavens, the earthly plane, and the underworld, each populated with deities and forces. Their gods were often hybrid beings, human, part jaguar, bat, snake, or owl creatures that moved between realms. One of the most important gods was Kosijo, the god of rain and lightning, a powerful figure often depicted with lightning bolts in hand and a goggle-eyed face. He was feared and revered, essential for crops and life. Zapotec priests conducted elaborate ceremonies to appease the god's offerings of maize, jade, incense, and sometimes human blood. Sacrifice, like in other Mesoamerican cultures, was a bridge between mortal and divine. But Zapotec power wasn't confined to one city. They built a network of urban centers including Mitla, known for its intricate mosaic fretwork and underground tombs. Mitla rose as Monte Albon declined, becoming a religious center and, later, a Mixtec-influenced city. The Zapotec elite ruled through dynastic families who traced their ancestry back to divine origins. Some claimed to descend from supernatural beings born in caves or tree, symbols of sacred emergence. Royal tombs were richly painted, buried with offerings, and aligned with the cosmos. In some, murals survive showing ritual scenes, gods, and the journey to the underworld. They didn't fear death, they prepared for it with architecture. But what caused their decline? Monte Albon began to lose influence around 700 CE. Internal strife, environmental stress, and shifting trade networks weakened the capital. Power shifted to other centers. Mitla Yagal and Zaquila's new rivals rose across Mesoamerica. And then came the Aztecs by the 15th century. The Aztec Empire expanded into Zapotec territory, but unlike many regions they conquered, they never fully subdued the Zapotec highlands. Instead, they fought a series of guerrilla-style conflicts, wars of attrition that the Zapotec resisted fiercely. Their warriors, known for agility and archery, were respected, even feared, and their cities endured. Then came the Spanish in 1521. After toppling the Aztecs, the Spaniards turned their sights south. They marched into Oaxaca, meeting a people who had survived 2,000 years of empire but would now face steel, disease, and missionaries. The Zapotec did not fall easily. Some resisted for decades. Others adapted, blending Catholic imagery with ancestral rites. Their gods were buried, their temples dismantled, but the people remained. And here's the remarkable part: they're still here today. Over 400,000 people in Oaxaca speak Zapotec languages, descendants of a civilization that refused to be erased. Their traditions, textiles, music, and myths still echo in the valleys and hills of southern Mexico. Monte Albon still watches over the world from its mountaintop perch. The Zapotec never vanished. They simply endured. So what does it mean? The Zapotec remind us that civilizations don't need golden pyramids or world conquest to matter. They can live in stone and story, in language and landscape. They carved cities into mountaintops. They tracked time across stars. They remembered their dead with beauty and color. And they outlived empires. So the next time you hear about the Maya or the Aztecs, remember the people who came before them and still walk among us. the Zapotec lords of the clouds, scribes of time, builders of silence and stone. You arrive in western Tibet, where the wind bites and the landscape feels more like the surface of another planet than Earth. The sky hangs like a frozen curtain above a land of dust, cliffs, and silence. But carved into the stone is something astonishing, a fortress a city stacked like a staircase to the heavens. This is Soparang, the heart of the Guj kingdom. It's easy to miss. There are no massive pyramids here, no bustling crowds or market ruins, just silence. And that's the power of Gujit. Doesn't shout its legacy. It whispers, like the desert wind through a hollowed monastery. So, before we step into the echoing halls of a kingdom forgotten by time, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop a comment. Had you ever heard of the Guji kingdom? Or are we walking this hidden path together for the first time? Let's rewind to the 10th century CE. The mighty Tibetan Empire, which once rivaled China in scale and power, had fractured. Civil war, dynastic collapse, and outside pressure shattered the once unified realm. From these ashes, regional kingdoms rose, trying to reclaim the spiritual and political power that had once stretched across the Himalayas. One of them was Guj. Founded by descendants of Tibetan royalty, Guj emerged in the far western corner of the Tibetan plateau, closer to India than to Lhasa. It was isolated, high altitude, barren, but it became a beacon of culture, faith, and diplomacy for nearly 700 years. The capital was Soparang, a surreal fortress city built into the steep face of a desert cliff in the Zanda Valley. Imagine this: towers rising from a jagged hilltop, connected by winding tunnels and staircases carved directly into the rock. At the summit, the royal palace, below monasteries, temples, storerooms, homes, a city buried vertically into stone, designed to defy siege and time itself. And inside, gold, paint, silence, wonder. The walls of the chapels are covered in vibrant mural scenes of the Buddha, bodhisattvas, cosmic mandalas, and tantric deities. These aren't simple devotional images. They are works of technical precision and spiritual complexity, painted with natural mineral pigments that still glow after a millennium. Some were influenced by Indian styles, brought north by Buddhist monks and artists during periods of peace and cultural exchange. Guj became a bridge not just of trade, but of religion and art between India and Tibet. And Guj wasn't just spiritually rich, it was strategically vital. It sat along a key branch of the ancient Silk Road, connecting Kashmir, Ladakh, and the Tarim Basin to central Tibet. Merchants, pilgrims, and emissaries passed through its mountain passes, bearing salt, gold, manuscripts, and ideas. The kings of Guj took full advantage. They patronized Buddhist scholars, established monastic centers, and supported the second diffusion of Buddhism into Tibet after its earlier decline. One of Gujra's most famous figures, Rinchen Zangpo, traveled to India, studied with great Buddhist masters, and returned to establish 108 temples, many of which still stand. In a world of warlords, Guj chose illumination. But power, even peaceful power, breeds enemies. In the 17th century, Guj was caught between rival forces: the Ladakhi kingdom, its powerful neighbor to the west, and the Gelugwep sect, the lineage of the Dalai Lama, consolidating influence across Tibet, according to local accounts. The king of Guj invited Ladakhi troops to aid in a religious conflict, but the army never left. In 1630, Guj fell. The royal family was taken hostage, The temples were pillaged, the libraries were burned or lost, and Sopering, it was abandoned. The desert claimed it quickly. The wind erased the voices. The mountains closed the door. For centuries, Guj was forgotten. European explorers reached the region in the 19th and early 20th centuries, hearing rumors of a lost city in the cliffs. In 1916, the British officer Frederick Bailey and diplomat Henry Morshead discovered the ruins of Sopering, astonished by the quality of its surviving murals and architecture. Later, scholars like Giuseppe Tucci helped catalogue what remained, a cosmic museum of Tibetan Buddhist art, frozen in place. But political tensions in Tibet, particularly during the mid-20th century, meant much of Guj remained closed off. Many artifacts were damaged, and some temples looted or defaced during the Cultural Revolution, and yet, much still endures. The murals still gaze calmly from the shadows. The tunnels still spiral through the rock. The silence still sings. So what does Guj teach us? First, that greatness doesn't need crowds. Guj never ruled vast empires or conquered distant lands. Its genius was spiritual, architectural, artistic. It teaches us that faith can build fortresses and decorate them in gold. It reminds us that isolation can foster innovation, and that even in one of Earth's harshest environments, humanity can create beauty, culture, and vision. And maybe, most of all, Guj is a warning. For all its balance of sword and scripture, diplomacy and devotion, it still fell not through natural disaster, but through political miscalculation, religious division, and betrayal. Its fall wasn't dramatic. It was quiet, and that's what makes it feel so personal. Because many lost civilizations fall with a roar, Guj fell with a whisper. So the next time you hear about the mighty temples of Angkor or the pyramids of Mesoamerica, remember the kingdom in the cliffs, where monks painted mandalas in silence and kings ruled from the sky. Remember Guj, a kingdom without a sea, a palace without crowds, a memory without a sound. The sun rises slowly over the Persian Gulf, gilding the water with molten light. A warm breeze rolls in from the desert. You're standing on the edge of Bahrain, a modern island nation built on sand and skyscrapers. But beneath your feet lies a buried kingdom once known to Sumerians as Dilmona, place they called pure, bright, and immortal. A land where gods once walked and sickness dared not follow. This isn't just another forgotten city. This is Dilmun, the sacred broker between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, and maybe, just maybe, the original Eden, before we begin tracing the sands of paradise. Go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop your thoughts in the comments. Could Dilmun be the root of the Garden of Eden? Myth, or was it something even more intriguing, an ancient commercial utopia? Let's begin where most great mysteries do, in a myth. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest stories, speaks of a distant, divine land called Dilmena, place where the raven does not croak, where the lion does not kill, where the wolf does not seize the lamb. It's a land of eternal spring, where the gods live in peace, and disease and death do not exist. It sounds like fantasy, a poetic metaphor, but Mesopotamian records from as early as the 3rd millennium BCE don't treat Dilmun as a myth. They treat it as a real place, a hub of trade, diplomacy, and spiritual importance. Cuneiform tablets describe it as a vital outpost between Elam and the distant lands of Meluha, likely the Indus Valley. Dilmun wasn't just fabled. It was central. Where was it? Most scholars agree that ancient Dilmun was located in the Bahrain archipelago, with influence extending to the eastern coast of Saudi Arabia, Failaka Island, Kuwait, and parts of Qatar. Bahrain sits perfectly between the two ancient giants. Mesopotamia to the north, the Indus Valley. Civilization to the east, across the Arabian Sea. This made it the ideal middleman, neutral zone, a commercial crossroads, and a sacred stopover in the vast trading networks of the Bronze Age. Goods from all corners of the known world passed through. Dilmun, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from Oman, timber, incense, and ivory from India, textiles, dates, and grain from Sumerian in return. Dilmun traded pearls, fish, pottery, and the most precious cargo of all, legitimacy, because Dilmun wasn't just a port, it was a ritual gateway. Many Mesopotamian kings sent offerings through Dilmun on their way to the gods, often to Enki, the water god and patron of wisdom. In one myth, Enki blesses Dilmun with fresh water, fertility, and divine order. It becomes his garden, tended by the goddess Ninhursag, who plants the first sacred trees. Sound familiar? Yes, scholars have long pointed out the echoes of Eden in the myths of Dilmun, a garden of immortality, a sacred spring, a divine couple. Even a forbidden act and a divine punishment appear in some of the earliest versions. Whether or not Dilmun was the inspiration for Eden, it was clearly a paradise imagined as real and real enough to appear in economic and political records across multiple cultures. And what did Dilmun look like? The archaeological record tells a story even older than the myths. Excavations in Bahrain and Failaka Island have uncovered temple complexes with limestone foundations, thousand-year wells still functioning today, administrative seals bearing inscriptions in Sumerian, and most hauntingly, tens of thousands of burial mounds. Bahrain is home to one of the largest ancient cemeteries in the world, spanning several square kilometers. The mounds are mostly low, round, and uniform, suggesting a well-organized society that honored the dead on a vast scale. Many contain clay vessels, tools, jewelry, and figurines, evidence of a belief in the afterlife and the wealth to prepare for it. It's ironic, isn't it? A land described as deathless, remembered best through its graves. At its heights between 2200 and 1600 BC, Dilmun thrived as a cosmopolitan, multicultural trade power. The seals from this period show boats, bulls, geometric patterns, and mythic creatures. Some have Indus Valley script, suggesting bilingual trade officials or merchants. But then, slowly, the wheels began to grind. By around 1500 BCE, references to Dilmun decline. Trade routes shifted, empires rose and fell. The Indus civilization collapsed, and Mesopotamia's priorities moved westward. For a time, Dilmun became a vassal of Assyrian and later Babylonian powers. By the first millennium BCE, it had largely disappeared from historical texts, and yet its memory lingered. Greek geographers, Islamic chroniclers, and even Portuguese explorers wrote about an island of wealth and strange customs in the Gulf. But no one could quite connect the dots until modern archaeology began lifting the sands in the 20th century. So, what does Dilmun teach us? First, that power can exist quietly. Dilmun never built vast armies or monumental ziggurats. It didn't conquer, it didn't expand, it connected. It shows us that being in the right place with the right values can make a civilization indispensable. It also reveals how myth and memory merge. Dilmun was a garden, yes, a dream of purity. But it was also a bureaucratic hub, a tax checkpoint, a dockyard, and a cemetery. It was paradise, with paperwork, and that's what makes it human. Today, Bahrain embraces its ancient heritage. The Bahrain Fort Kalat Al Bahrain, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, sits atop layers of ancient Dilmun ruins. Museums display intricate seals, burial treasures, and statues worn smooth by time. The island still feels like a crossroads, with skyscrapers rising near sand dunes, mosques beside museums. The paradise may be lost, but the story remains. So the next time you hear a tale about Eden, Atlantis, or some other distant paradise, remember this. It might not just be myth. It might be Dilmun, the kingdom that linked gods and traders, where water flowed and death dared not follow, and whose name still echoes across the sea. You walk along the turquoise coastline of southern Turkey, where the cliffs plunge into the Mediterranean like ancient guardians. Carved into the face of the rock are tombs, not ordinary ones, but monumental temples for the dead etched into stone like whispers of a lost language. Their doors lead nowhere. Their staircases rise into silence, and above them all, the sun traces its arc over a forgotten kingdom. This is Lycia, land of warriors, poets, and fiercely independent people. A land the Greeks admired, the Persians taxed, and the Romans respected, but which carved its own path, sometimes literally. Before we step into tombs, myths, and confederacies, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, had you heard of the Lycians before today, or is this the first time these stone-carved stories have spoken to you? Let's begin not with their fall, but their spirit. The Lycians were not an empire. They didn't conquer vast lands or raise monumental palaces, but they did something rare. They left behind a distinct voice, a political vision, and a culture that resisted being erased, even by history's loudest powers. They called themselves the Termali in their own tongue. Lycia was the name the Greeks gave them, based on earlier Hittite references to a place called Lucca. But whatever the name, the people who lived here were unique. By around 2000 BCE, settlements were already forming in the Lycian hills and valleys. Fertile, mountainous, and coastal, Lycia offered isolation and access, a difficult place to invade, but a perfect one for trading and thriving. But the Lycians didn't just survive, they created a league. At the heart of Lycian society was the Lycian Ligan, alliance of over 20 city-states that governed themselves but came together in a shared assembly. It's one of the earliest examples of a democratic federation in history. Long before the United States had a Senate, the Lycians had a voting system. Larger cities got more votes, smaller ones fewer. They elected officials who managed common defense, coinage, and foreign policy. This wasn't chaos. It was cooperation, and it worked well enough that Alexander Hamilton cited the Lycian League in the Federalist Papers as a model of effective federal government. Yes, these mountain dwellers influenced the birth of modern democracy, and yet, the Lycians were also deeply spiritual and architectural. In their remembrance of the dead, their rock-cut tombs are among the most hauntingly beautiful structures in the ancient world, built into cliffsides, shaped like temples, houses, and even ships. The tombs were monuments to identity. Each one told a story, not just of who had died, but of how they lived, what they believed, and who they hoped to become in the afterlife. Many were topped with gabled roofs, decorated with reliefs of warriors, gods or processions. Some had inscriptions in the Lycian language, written in an alphabet influenced by Greek, but with local flair. Others, like the pillar tombs or sarcophagus tombs, stood free massive stone chests on pedestals, each one defying time. They weren't meant to be hidden. They were meant to be seen by gods, by travelers, by the sea. And that sea, it connected Lycia to everything. Lycians were expert mariners, with ships sleek and fast, built for both trade and battle. They exported timber, wine, resin, and dyed cloth, and imported fine pottery, luxury goods, and foreign ideas. The ancient city of Xanthos, one of Lycia's greatest centers, became a hub of learning, diplomacy, and resistance. Others, like Patara, home to a great oracle, Myra and Tlos, rose along riverbanks and hills, forming a mosaic of proud cities under one cultural umbrella. But pride can provoke trouble. In the 6th century BCE, Lycia was absorbed into the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great, but it wasn't conquered in a single clean strike. The city of Xanthos, for instance, chose destruction over surrender. According to Herodotus, when defeat was inevitable, the men of Xanthos burned their homes. Their women and their children then charged the Persian army and died to the last man. A handful survived to rebuild, but the message was clear: Lycians do not kneel easily. Under Persia, Lycia kept a degree of autonomy, paying tribute but keeping its language, cities, and customs. Even after Alexander the Great swept through in the 4th century BCE, the Lycian League returned, adapting to each conqueror without losing its core. Then came Rome, in a world where conquest often meant erasure. The Lycians did something astonishing. They joined Rome on their own terms. In 43 CE, Lycia officially became part of the Roman Empire, but its league remained intact. Roman emperors admired the Lycian system. The cities still sent representatives to Patara, the league's capital, and local governance flourished under imperial protection. During this era, Lycia blossomed. Roman aqueducts brought water to dry hills. Amphitheaters rose beside temples. Roads stitched the cities together like threads through mountains. And yet the tombs remained, even as Latin replaced Lycian and Roman columns rose. The cliffs still held the memory of older voices, carved in stone, but time wears down even the proudest peaks. By the 4th century CE, Christianity spread across the region, reshaping religion and art. Lycian gods faded, temples became churches, and earthquakes, invasions, and gradual depopulation began to empty the valleys. The final blow came with the Arab raids and later Seljuk incursions, which drove survivors inland or scattered them to more defensible towns. The Lycian League vanished. The cities were buried in ivy and silence, and the language, extinct by the 2nd century CE, unread for 1,800 years until inscriptions helped scholars bring its sounds back from the dead. Today, Lycia lives on in stone and sea. In the rock-cut tombs of Myra, where Byzantine mosaics peek out beside ancient doors. In Latun, where temples to Leto, Apollo, and Artemis still whisper under shallow water. In the Lycian Way, a long-distanced hiking trail that winds past ruins, cliffs, and the bones of an empire that refused to forget itself. They weren't the loudest civilization, but they may be one of the most enduring. So what does Lycia teach us? That power doesn't always look like conquest. That resistance can be elegant, democracy can be ancient, An identity can be carved into stone so deeply it echoes centuries. Later, the Lycians remind us that being forgotten is not the same as being erased. They left no empire behind, but they left us a way to remember. So the next time you walk by a cliff or a forgotten grave, take a second look. You might be standing where the Lycians once stood, watching the sun rise over the sea, writing their stories not in books, but in rock. You stand on the banks of the Danube River, where the water moves slow and heavy, as if carrying the weight of forgotten time. Around you, the landscape rolls in gentle waves, lush fields, wooded hills, and quiet villages. But hidden just beneath, the soil is something older than you've been told to expect. Not Roman, not Greek, not even Sumerian. Here lies the Vinca civilization, a prehistoric culture that flourished over 7,000 years ago, long before the pyramids, long before the wheel turned in Mesopotamia. These were Europe's first urbanites, artisans of enigmatic symbols, and builders of sprawling settlements, who left behind clay figurines, proto-writing, and questions no one has fully answered. Before we dig into their secrets, like the video, and subscribe it only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and drop a comment. Do you believe civilization began only in the Middle East, or is it time we rewrote the map? Let's time travel to 5700 BCE, deep into the Neolithic age. Somewhere in what's now Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Bosnia, small communities begin to flourish. They build long houses of wood and wattle, lay out streets in organized grids, and fire pottery with designs that ripple like dreams. They don't just survive, they thrive. This is the Vinca culture, named after the village of Vincta, near Belgrade, where its remains were first uncovered in the late 19th century. But this wasn't just one site. Over 150 Vinca settlements have been discovered, many spread across the Danube basin, forming one of Europe's most advanced Neolithic civilizations. What made them so advanced? Let's start with urbanism. The Vinca people built large settlements, some estimated to house 2,000 to 3,000 people, staggering number for the time. One site, Vinca Belo Brudu, covered more than 10 hectares and featured streets laid out with planned precision, houses built of wood, clay, and thatch, and communal areas that suggest complex social structures. These weren't just huts in the forest, they were planned communities with neighborhoods, production zones, and possibly shared spiritual centers. And then there's the pottery. Vinca ceramics are among the most exquisite of the Neolithic world, often red-slipped and fired, decorated with geometric motifs, chevrons, spirals, and swirls. But it's what they put on and in the pottery that intrigues us most, because this is where it gets strange. On some of their vessels, tablets, and figurines, the Vinca left behind symbols, not just decorations, but intentional marks. Scholars call it the Vinca script, or Old European script. It's one of the earliest known systems of symbolic writing in the world, dating back to 5500 BC, 2000 years before Sumerian cuneiform. Are these early letters, numerical codes, religious marks, clan identifiers? We still don't know. Over 700 unique symbols have been catalogued. They appear consistently. They repeat in patterns. But no Rosetta Stone has ever surfaced. The symbols remain undeciphered, silent language from a world before Alphabets. And speaking of silence, let's talk about their figurines. Sculpture is haunting. They made anthropomorphic figurines from clay, often with elongated heads, large almond-shaped eyes, and abstracted limbs. Some appear seated on thrones. Others wear necklaces, headdresses, or what look eerily like space helmets. Yes, you read that right. The Vinca figurines have inspired countless theories, from aliens and lost civilizations to matriarchal priestess societies. But speculation aside, their craftsmanship is unmistakable. These were people with an artistic tradition, a spiritual world, and a deep sense of identity. Some figurines even show gestures, raised arms, crossed legs, open hands. Were they gods? Ancestors? Storytellers? We don't know, but they weren't random. They were intentional, and they demand attention. Let's not forget their technology. The Vinca were among the earliest cultures in the world to work with copper. At sites like Ploknik, archaeologists found furnaces, crucibles, and copper tools including axes, needles, and chisels dating back to 5000 BCE. That's right, they were smelting and forging copper 1,000 years before the traditionally accepted start of the Copper Age. This wasn't just an agricultural society. It was proto-industrial, and yet, despite their technology, there's no evidence of warfare, no weapons in graves, no fortification walls, no mass graves. They seemed to thrive without kings or armies, possibly guided by councils, matrilineal clans, or spiritual elders. Power may have rested in the communal, not the coercive. What a concept! So what happened? Around 4500 BCE, the Vinca civilization began to decline. Some sites were burned, though whether by invaders or by ritual abandonment remains unclear. Climate shifts, soil exhaustion, or internal social changes may have contributed. Their decentralized system, so strong in peace, may have left them vulnerable in crisis. They didn't vanish overnight, but their urban centers faded, their script disappeared, their figurines fell silent. Later, cultures moved: Inyamonaya, Cucutini, Tripelia, Indo-Europeans, and the Vinca became a ghost layer in the archaeological record. Misunderstood and overlooked, but they didn't disappear completely. Every time you walk through the Balkans, through Serbia, northern Greece, Romania, or Hungary, you're walking on the bones of the Vinca. And every time a new symbol emerges from the dirt, we get closer to hearing their voice again. So what does the Vinca civilization teach us? That civilization didn't begin in one place. That the cradle of culture wasn't just Mesopotamia. It was also the forests and rivers of prehistoric Europe. They teach us that writing may have pre-existed, writing down that art doesn't need empires to flourish. They remind us that urban life, industry, and governance can arise without war, without pyramids, and without palaces. And they show us the humility of time, how a world that lasted for over 1,000 years could fall without a sound, and still matter. So the next time you hear someone say, civilization began in the East, point them to the Danube, to the buried towns, the silent symbols, the figurines with stories we still don't understand, to Vinca, the city beneath the fields, the script beneath the silence, the people who may have spoken first and waited longest to be heard. We sail to the loneliest speck of volcanic rock on Earth, a triangle barely 24 kilometers across, adrift in the empty blue of the South Pacific. You know it by its colonial name, Easter Island, but the people who carved destiny from its black basalt call it Rapa Nui. Here, hundreds of colossal stone figures stand, with their backs to the ocean and their gaze fixed inland, as if guarding both the living and the dead. They are silent, immovable, and impossibly human. So, before you get comfortable, Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments, what do you think the Moai are watching? For the return of their makers or the end of the world? Picture the first Polynesian voyagers arriving around 800 CE. After guiding double-hulled canoes for thousands of kilometers by starlight and swell memory alone, they beach on an uninhabited island crowned by 3 volcanoes. There are no mammals, but the soils are rich, the rainfall generous, and palms tower 30 meters high. 2 settlers, fresh from open water, Rapa Nui feels like the belly of the earth itself, safe, fertile, finite. They bring with them the tools of survival: sweet potato slips, taro corms, sugarcane cuttings, chickens, and the unbreakable memory of home. They also bring a worldview where stone and spirit interweave. On other Polynesian islands, they raise wooden tiki. Here, where volcanic tuff fractures like firm clay, they dream in monoliths. Over the next 5 centuries, the population swells, clustering into dozens of clan territories stitched together by marriage, trade, and competition for status. Each clan quarries its own moai from the soft interior slopes of Rono Raraku, the island's main crater. The mountain becomes a frozen assembly line. Half-freed giants lie belly down along the paths, eyes uncut, arms still fused to stone. Some 900 statues are started. About 300 make it to the coast. The largest completed moai stands 10 meters tall and weighs 82 tons. An unfinished one, still embedded in the slope, measures 21 meters, bigger than a 6-story building. Moving them is equal parts engineering and ritual. Oral tradition says the statues walked. Archaeologists now think crews rocked each moai forward with ropes in a shuffling dance, stabilizing momentum with chants timed to each pull. Others envisage timber sledges sliding over log rollers. Either way, moving stone that heavy across undulating lava beds is a feat of calculation and communal faith. Why raise them at all? The islanders believed powerful ancestors could mediate between the world of humans and the monoladen realm of the gods. When a chief died, his spirit was frozen in a moai, lifted onto a stone platform called an ahu, and turned to watch over the clan lands. The statue's eye sockets originally held coral and obsidian pupils. Only when the eyes were installed did the moai wake, imbuing the village with protective vitality. Building bigger statues wasn't vanity. It was a spiritual arms race. 2 Polynesians, mana is quantifiable charisma, able to attract rain, fish, and victory. A taller moai equals more mana, which equals thriving gardens and fertile women. Rival clans counter with even grander figures, and a cycle of holy escalation begins. Yet every resource spent on stone is one withheld from soil. Scholars argue when the tipping point arrived. Some place it around 1200 CE, when evidence shows mass palm clearance to make cropland and transport rollers. Pollen records reveal the once lush palm forest disappears within a century. Without tree roots, topsoil erodes into the sea. Birds vanish, sand invades gardens. Rats, stowaways on the first canoes, multiply and chew through remaining saplings. By the late 1600s, the island is largely treeless, and ocean canoes can no longer be built. Moai construction slows, then stops. Some statues are deliberately toppled, their necks cracked on impact. Whether that iconoclasm reflects internecine war, ecological despair, or a religious pivot is debated. But the spiritual contract between stone and survival clearly fractures. Enter the Tangata Manu, the Birdman cult. Each spring, warriors descend the cliffs at Orongo and swim through shark-infested, surge to an islet teeming with sooty tern nests. The first man to return an unbroken egg to the summit earns his clan a year of supremacy. Mana, once frozen in Moe, now migrates to living champions. It is innovation born of necessity, a culture adapting in real time to ecological limits. But European arrival will stress that adaptability past breaking. On Easter Sunday, 1722, Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen anchors in the bay. Later visitors bring iron tools, diseases, and worst of all, Peruvian slave raiders. In the 1860s, they abduct half the island's population. Smallpox scythes through the rest. By 1877, only 111 Rapa Nui remain. Oral genealogies compress, clan lines blur. Many ancestral names vanish with their last speakers. Missionaries outlaw the Birdman rite. Chile annexes the island, and sheep ranching tramples what forest regrowth had begun. Yet the Moai stand back up. In 1956, Norwegian adventurer Thor Heyerdahl organizes the first modern re-erection. Subsequent Rapa Nui-led projects restored dozens more. Where coral eyes were lost, new pupils are carved. Each raising feels like a heartbeat returning after a long coma. Today, roughly 8,000 Rapa Nui share the island with World Heritage tourism. Reforestation projects nurture Toramiro saplings grown from the last surviving seed. Scholars, using LiDAR, have mapped hidden ahu under grazing fields, proving much of the ancient landscape is still waiting to be read. Meanwhile, genetic studies reveal Rapa Nui voyagers reached South America centuries before Columbus, confirming the island's people were never merely marooned but remained navigators at heart, even without tall trees. So what does Rapa Nui teach us? First, that isolation can magnify both creativity and risk. Second, that collapse is rarely single cause. Environment, belief, and outside contact tie together like strands of rope moving a statue. And third, that a culture can suffer near extinction yet reassert itself, carving new meaning from old stone. Look closely at a Moai's face. The lips pressed together not in silence, but in endurance. The elongated ears remember every chant, every argument, every vow astride wind-swept ahu. When dusk swallows the coastline and the surf glows silver, you can almost hear a low percussion in the basalt, a heartbeat, still counting time in mana. So the next time you hear someone use Rapa Nui as a cautionary tale of ecological suicide, remember the people who are still there reviving language, reforesting hills, and looking after statues that look after them. The Moai are not warnings. They are witnesses to genius, to tragedy, to survival, because on the world's loneliest island, humanity wrote its story in stone, tall enough for the stars to redand when the stars shift. The giants will still be watching. We head back, way back to a time when North America was wild, frozen, and ruled by giants. Not kings or empires. I mean mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and dire wolves. And among them walked a people we call the Clovis culture, the first known humans to leave a widespread footprint across the continent. They didn't build cities. They didn't carve stone faces or raise temples. But they left behind something sharper. Projectile points, so finely crafted they still cut through our understanding of early human migration. So, before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and in the comments, Tell me, do you think Clovis people were the first Americans? Or is the story deeper, older, and far stranger than we've been told? It begins around 13,000 years ago, near the end of the last ice age. Glaciers, 2 miles thick, still blanket what's now Canada, and parts of the northern US sea levels are lower, much lower. So low that Alaska and Siberia are connected by a landmass called Beringer, a vast corridor of tundra and steppe stretching across what is now the Bering Strait, sometime between 15,000 and 13,000 years ago. Humans cross into the Americas, likely following herds of megafauna mammoth, bison, caribou through ice-free corridors or along the Pacific coast. These pioneers don't arrive as conquerors, they arrive as survivors. And they bring with them a technology that will come to define a civilization lost to time. The Clovis Point, first discovered in Clovis, New Mexico in the 1930s. These stone tools are deadly, delicate, and distinctive. Each Clovis point is a fluted, leaf-shaped blade, chipped with such precision it seems impossible without metal tools. Yet these were made with nothing but stone, bone, and antler. The fluting a groove chipped into both sides of the point space allowed the blade to be hafted securely onto a spear shaft, creating a weapon capable of piercing the thick hide of an elephant-sized mammoth. For decades, Clovis points were found all over North America, from New Mexico to Nova Scotia, from Montana to Florida. This wasn't just a local people. This was a culture spanning a continent. But here's the kicker. It lasted only a few centuries, roughly 13,200 to 12,800 years ago. Then they vanished. No ruins, no bones left in houses, no statues, just tools, bones, and questions. So who were they? The Clovis people lived in small, mobile bands. They hunted big game, but also gathered nuts, seeds, and small animals. They camped near rivers, lakes, and springs, leaving behind the bones of mastodons, extinct camels, and giant ground sloths beside their stone points. They weren't just hunters, they were artists and engineers, creating bone tools, ochre pigments, and even jewelry. They knew fire, they knew timing, and they knew how to move across vast, unfamiliar terrain. Some campsites show signs of careful planning, butchering zones, tool-making areas, waste pits. They weren't just reacting to the world, they were shaping it. And yet, as fast as they appear in the archaeological record, they disappear. What happened? There are a few theories. The first is climate collapse. Around 12,800 years ago, the planet was thrown into a sudden, severe cold snap known as the Younger Dryas. Weather triggered by melting glaciers, disrupting ocean currents, or a cosmic impact from a comet. Temperatures plummeted, ecosystems collapsed, and megafauna died en masse. If the Clovis depended heavily on these massive animals, then their extinction would have hit like a slow apocalypse, starving, scattering, fragmenting into smaller cultures. A second theory, cultural absorption. Rather than dying out, Clovis people may have evolved. Archaeologists have identified post-Clovis cultures like Folsom and Dalton with different tool styles and hunting strategies. Maybe they just adapted, changed with the animals, the forests, the rivers. The third, more controversial theory, they weren't first. Recent discoveries have challenged the Clovis first model. Sites like Monte Verde, Chile, dated to 14,500 years ago, Buttermilk Creek Complex, Texas, 15,500 years ago, Cooper's Ferry, Idaho, 16,000 years ago, suggest humans were in the Americas well before Clovis emerged. This has rocked the archaeological world. If Clovis wasn't first, then what was it? Maybe Clovis was not a migration, but a technology boom, a cultural explosion, a better way to hunt, a new way to live spread from one group to many. Think of it less like a people, more like the Bronze Age or the Industrial Revolution, a method, not a bloodline. But even if they weren't first, Clovis remains the most visible. Their tools lasted, their kill sites left stories, their weapons became fossils of intention, frozen in time, and strangely, their genetic signature lasted, to dot in 2014. Scientists sequenced the genome of a 12,600-year-old infant buried with Clovis tools in Montana. Known as the Anzic child, he revealed something extraordinary. Clovis people were genetically linked to all indigenous peoples of the Americas. That means the descendants of the Clovis didn't disappear. They are still here in the bloodlines of Native American nations from Canada to Patagonia. The story didn't end, it just changed shape. So what does the Clovis culture teach us? First, that civilization doesn't need cities. It doesn't need writing or monuments. Sometimes it leaves behind nothing but a shard of stone, a pattern in the dirt, a mammoth's shattered ribcage. Second, it teaches us to question the stories we inherit. For most of the 20th century, textbooks said Clovis was first. But the earth keeps talking, and now we know that history is layered, and the first voice may not be the loudest. And finally, Clovis reminds us that even in the harshest conditions with nothing but bone, rock, and willpower, people adapt. They move, they innovate, they survive. So the next time you see a map of ancient civilizations with their temples and towers, look instead to the places with no buildings, just wind and dust. Somewhere beneath that surface, a Clovis point may still be waiting, as sharp and precise as the day it was made. Because long before America had cities, before it had roads or borders, it had Clovis, and Clovis had tools, and Clovis had memory, and Clovis had purpose. We drift off the northwest coast of Africa to a place that looks like it belongs in a fantasy novel. Jagged cliffs, volcanic peaks, clouds hanging low like wool, and beaches made of black sand. This is the Canary Islands, now a Spanish paradise, of sunseekers and surfers. But long before the resorts, before the colonial conquest, there were the Guanchiza, mysterious people with tall frames, light hair, and rituals rooted in the deep past. They left behind mummies, megaliths, and echoes in the mountains, and then they vanished. So, before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, how many ancient island civilizations have you heard of? Because the Guanches may just be the Atlantis you've never been told about. We start in prehistoric isolation. The Guanches lived on an island chain about 100 kilometers off the African coast. But they didn't arrive by accident. Archaeological evidence suggests that sometime between 1000 BCE and 100 CE, a seafaring people, possibly Berber tribes from North Africa, landed here, and then, for centuries, they were cut off from the world. Whether by shipwreck, banishment, or intention, they became marooned in paradise. And over time, they adapted not just to the landscape but to a life without boats. That's right, by the time the first Europeans arrived in the 14th century, the Guanches had no ships, no means of contact with the mainland, and no memory of how they got to the islands in the first place. A people of volcanic mountains and cave homes, The Guanches were a civilization frozen in time. Let's talk about their appearance, because this alone has sparked centuries of confusion. The Guanches were described by early Spanish chroniclers as tall, robust, with light skin, blue or green eyes, and even blonde or reddish hair. For years, this led to wild speculation. Were they Celts, Norse, a lost tribe of Atlantis? But modern genetics confirmed their roots were Afro-Berber. They descended from North African peoples, likely from the Atlas Mountains or Saharan oases. The fair features were likely a result of genetic isolation, drift, and adaptation over millennia. In short, they were indigenous North Africans, not Europeans, but despite not being mystical outsiders, their culture was anything but ordinary. The Guanches organized themselves into tribal kingdoms called menciatos, each ruled by a menci or king. These kingdoms weren't just territorial, they were deeply spiritual, with customs centered around nature, death, and the stars. They lived in caves, used volcanic rock tools, and stored food, especially gofio, a roasted grain flour, in stone silos. Their economy was based on pastoralism, herding goats and sheep, milking and cheese-making. But here's where things get intense. The Guanches practiced mummification. That's right. On islands surrounded by ocean, these people developed mortuary practices eerily similar to ancient Egypt. The dead were wrapped in animal skins, dried in caves, and placed in funerary chambers with grave goods. Some mummies are so well preserved that hair, fingernails, and skin remain intact after 1,000 years. Why did they do this? Scholars believe it reflects a strong belief in an afterlife, where the dead needed to retain their identity. Others argue it was a sign of social rank mummification reserved for nobles or warriors. Either way, it shows a culture deeply concerned with continuity, ancestry, and presence. But the Guanches didn't just think about the dead, they spoke to the mountains. They built megalithic structures, step pyramids, and ceremonial platforms aligned with solstices and celestial events. The pyramids of Gima on Tenerife, once dismissed as farming terraces, are now believed to be ritual centers, their staircases aligned with sunset on the summer solstice. Think about that. A civilization without writing, isolated for centuries, still aligning stone with the cosmos. Their language, now extinct, was a Berber dialect adapted over generations. Early visitors described it as guttural, rhythmic, and filled with strange inflections. Even more remarkably, they developed a form of whistled speech, known today as Silbo Gomero. On the island of La Gomera, valleys are so steep that shouting doesn't carry. So the Guanches learned to whistle entire conversations across canyons. And yes, this whistle language still exists, today preserved as a cultural treasure. So what happened to them? The 15th century brought Spanish conquest, and with it, one of the swiftest cultural erasures in history. When the Castilian crown set its sights on the Canaries, the islands were divided, disorganized, and technologically outmatched. The Guanches fought back with stones, spears, and hand-to-hand combat. In some areas, like Tenerife, they held off invaders for nearly a century, defeating armored soldiers with guerrilla tactics and terrain mastery. But disease, betrayal, and superior weaponry took their toll. By 1496, the last Guanche stronghold had fallen. Those who survived were enslaved, converted, or assimilated. Within 2 generations, their language was extinct, their traditions suppressed, and their identity rewritten. Even the name Guanches originally specific to Tenerife's, later generalized to refer to all the indigenous peoples of the Canary Islands. Their individuality blurred into silence, yet they didn't fully disappear. Guanche DNA survives in many modern Canarians, especially in maternal mitochondrial lines. Their words live on in place names like Taganana or Anaga. Their cave sanctuaries still house red ochre paintings, and their mummies, stored in museums and studied by scientists, continue to whisper truths about how they lived and died. Even the language of the mountains whistles back in Silbo Gamero, in songs, in ceremony. So what does the story of the Guanche teach us? That civilization isn't always written in books or carved in stone. Sometimes it's carried in the wind, the bone, and the shape of an island's silence. It teaches us that isolation isn't stagnation, that an entire worldview can flourish in a place the world forgot. It reminds us how fragile culture can be, how quickly it can be erased by contact, conquest, or colonial arrogance. But most of all, the Guanches teach us that no people are truly lost, not if we listen, not if we look, not if we remember. So, the next time you hear the word Canary Islands and think only of beaches and flights from Europe, remember this: there were once giants in these mountains. Giants with flutes in their throats, fire in their caves, and the stars in their stone. And though the world called them primitive, they had already mapped something many of us still seek: belonging, spirit, time. We ride into the windswept grasslands of Central Asian-less horizons of sky and soil, where no city walls stand and no mountains block your view. Just wide open earth, made for galloping. Welcome to the realm of the Scythians, nomadic. People so fierce, so free, that even the mighty Persian Empire failed to conquer them. They didn't build pyramids, they didn't raise empires, but they became legends in the hearts of those who feared them. And as we're about to discover, the Scythians weren't just warriors. They were artists, mystics, and keepers of secrets buried beneath the frost. So, before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and in the comments, tell me, which is more powerful, walls or wind? Let's find out. We begin around 900 BCE, somewhere in the grasslands north of the Black Sea. The Scythians emerge from the Eurasian steppe, a vast band of treeless plains stretching from modern-day Ukraine to Mongolia. It's a place built for horses, and the Scythians knew horses better than anyone. They were nomads, but not wanderers. They had a rhythm: pastures in spring, higher ground in summer, back to valleys in winter. They lived in felt tents, carried their world in wagons, and measured time not by kings but by seasons and stars. And they were some of the first people in history to master mounted warfare, while others still fought on foot. Scythians fought from horseback, shooting arrows with terrifying accuracy while riding full speed. Herodotus, the Greek historian, called them invincible and elusive, striking like lightning and vanishing like smoke. Persian kings sent armies into the steppe and returned empty-handed. But the Scythians weren't just fighters. They were a civilization without cities, a culture built in motion. They created astonishing gold jewelry, pectorals, and headdresses adorned with snarling panthers, twisting deer, and coiled griffins. These weren't just ornaments. They were totemic emblems, channels of power, status, and belief. How do we know? Because they buried them in what are called kurgans, large burial mounds that still dot the steppe. Scythians interred their dead with treasure, weapons, food, horses, and even servants. These weren't tombs. They were time capsules, sealed in the permafrost, preserving textiles, hair, tattoos, even entire horses, better than any Egyptian sarcophagus. In one famous burial at Pazyryk, in southern Siberia, archaeologists uncovered a Scythian noblewoman laid on furs, surrounded by wooden chariots, delicately woven rugs, and ritual objects. Her arms were covered in intricate tattoos, stylized animals in flowing motion, etched in black ink. Art here was skin deep. Let's talk culture. The Scythians didn't leave written records, but through archaeology and Greek accounts, we get a glimpse of their beliefs and rituals. They practiced shamanism, trance states through the use of smoke, song, and sometimes cannabis, which Herodotus says they inhaled in tent-like sweat lodges. These weren't parties. They were spiritual ceremonies, invoking the unseen world of ancestors, animals, and elemental forces when women held powerful roles. Many female burials include weapons and armor, suggesting they were warriors as well as priestesses. Some believe the myth of the Amazon's warrior, women feared by the Greeks, was inspired by Scythian women who rode, hunted, and fought alongside men. They respected the dead fiercely. Kurgans were sacred spaces, often revisited by descendants and protected by law. Disturbing a grave could invite divine retribution. And then there's the Scythian, language now extinct, but likely part of the Iranian branch of Indo. They spoke in tongues, but the bow was their universal language. By the 7th century BCE, Scythian influence stretched from the Danube River to the borders of China. They weren't a single tribe, but a cultural umbrella, united by traditions, warcraft, and kinship. Their name, Skutoi to the Greek speed, came a catch-all for the wild horsemen of the north. But don't mistake mobility for premonitions. They traded with Persians, Greeks, and Chinese, moving gold, horses, furs, and slaves across continents. Their arrows shaped empires and their silence haunted kings. So what happened? By the 3rd century BCE, Scythian power began to fracture. New nomadic confederations, like the Sarmatians, and later the Huns, moved into their territory. Some Scythians were absorbed, others pushed south or settled into more sedentary lives. By the time the Romans were expanding eastward, the Scythians were shadows still present in name, but diminished in power. Their cities, if they ever had any left, no ruins, their stories drifted on the wind. And yet their graves remained, hidden beneath grass and frost, waiting. It wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that Russian and European archaeologists began unearthing their secrets. In Crimea, Ukraine, and Siberia, frozen kurgans revealed aesthetic complexity and social hierarchy that shattered the stereotype of the Scythian as a mere barbarian. Gold pectorals, depicting scenes of daily life, battles, and cosmic animals, proved they had cosmology, craftsmanship, and culture on par with the ancient greats. And in the last 2 decades, modern DNA studies have further illuminated the Scythian story. They weren't a single ethnicity. They were a multi-ethnic confederation, blending Indo-European steppe nomads with local Siberian, Central Asian, and even some East Asian genetic inputs. In a world obsessed with borders, the Scythians rode through them. So what do the Scythians teach us? That civilization doesn't have to be carved in stone. It can be sung in the gallop of a horse, buried in a frost-covered mound, or whispered in the wind across a plain. They remind us that freedom has its own architecture, one of movement, memory, and ritual. that a people without cities can still shape history, that power doesn't need palaces, it can ride on horseback, vanish into the mist, and return centuries later in the form of tattoos on a frozen corpse. So the next time someone tells you that civilization came from temples, cities, or scrolls, tell them about the Scythians, about gold hidden in mounds older than Rome, about warriors who inked their skin with the animals of their soul, about a culture that rode through time without leaving a single wall, yet carved itself into memory anyway, because the Scythians may be gone, but the steppe still remembers their hoofbeats. We time travel not to a lost island or buried tomb, but to the forgotten heart of Asia, where empires breathed across borders like wind through silk. This is the realm of the Cushenza civilization that connected China to Rome, sculpted gods into stone, and helped shape the very face of Buddhism as we know it. They didn't build pyramids or fight from horseback in smoke and legend. Instead, the Kushans ruled the crossroads where ideas, goods, and religions flowed like rivers, and where power wasn't just seized, but woven. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, have you ever heard of the Kushan Empire? Because, if not, prepare to meet the most important ancient empire you've probably never learned about. Let's rewind to the 1st century CE. In the region we now call Afghanistan, northern India, Pakistan, and parts of Central Asia, the Kushan emerge from the remnants of the USE, a nomadic Indo-European tribe displaced from western China, pushed westward by the expanding Zhongnu, early relatives of the Huns. They migrate through the mountains of Bactria, land already soaked in Greek, Persian, and Indian influence. Over time, 5 USE clans consolidate, and one leader, Kula Cadaphyses, unites them under one banner, the Kushan Empire. And from that moment, a unique hybrid power is born under Kuyula and his successors. The Kushans conquer a wide swath of territory from Samarkand and Bactria in the north to the Ganges basin in the east. At their height under Kanishka the Great, their empire stretches from the Aral Sea to the Bay of Bengal, touching the edges of modern-day Uzbekistan, Iran, India, and China. But it's not their military might that makes them unforgettable. It's what they built between the battles. The Kushan Empire becomes a melting pot of civilization. From their position at the center of the Silk Road, they controlled the arteries of world trade, moving silk, spices, ivory, gems, textiles, glassware, horses, and even Roman coins across a continent. Their cities hum with Persian scribes, Greek artists, Indian monks, Chinese merchants, and Central Asian priests. But don't think they were just middlemen. The Kushans curated culture. They didn't just import ideas, they shaped them. Their most lasting legacy, Buddhism, both in form and spread, under Kanishka I, who ruled in the 2nd century CE. The Kushan Empire becomes a crucible for Mahayana Buddhism. He sponsors the 4th Buddhist Council in Kashmir, where scholars codify new scriptures and philosophical branches. Mahayana version of Buddhism focused on celestial bodhisattvas, and universal salvation spreads from here to China, Korea, Japan, and beyond. Kanishka also funds the construction of massive stupas, monasteries, and educational centers, turning cities like Mathura, Taxila, and Peshawar into spiritual powerhouses. But perhaps the most striking cultural artifact left by the Kushans is something small enough to fit in your hand: coins, thousands of them, minted in gold, silver, and bronze. Tell the story of their world. A single Kushan coin might feature Greek lettering, depict an Iranian sun god, name an Indian king, and be dated in a local calendar. That's how multicultural the empire was. Deities from Greek, Zoroastrian, Hindu, and Buddhist traditions all appear side by side. Athena, Shiva, Mithra, and the Buddha, united not by theology, but by tolerance and trade. One gold coin shows Shakyamuni, Buddha, standing hail, his name inscribed in Greek Badu. It's one of the earliest physical representations of the Buddha. In human form, a revolutionary departure from earlier Buddhist art, which used symbols like footprints or empty thrones. The cushions humanized. Belief. Their art, known today as Gandhara art, is another crossroads masterpiece. In Gandhara, modern-day northern Pakistan and Afghanistan, Greek realism merges with Indian symbolism. Stone Buddhas appear draped in Roman-style togas, their hair curled like Greek philosophers. Their faces bear serene introspection, but their bodies are sculpted with Hellenistic muscle and symmetry. This art travels with monks and merchants, carving itself into the cliffside monasteries of Dunhuang, the temples of Nara, and the minds of millions. The cushion vision of the Buddha literally shaped the face of a global religion. So what went wrong? Like many great powers, the Kushans were eventually divided both from within and without. After Kanishka's death, the empire fractures. Western territories are absorbed by the Sassanid Persians, while northern regions fall to nomadic invaders. In the east, the Gupta Empire rises in India, outshining the Kushans in art, science, and prestige. By the 4th century CE, Kushan power has all but vanished. Its cities faded, its coins buried, its language Bactrian, written in Greek script, forgotten for centuries. No massive ruins remained to draw tourists. No pyramids, no colosseum, just scattered inscriptions, weathered statues, and stories etched in gold. And yet, echoes remain. Modern scholars now realize how crucial the Kushans were to the global web of antiquity. They enabled the spread of Buddhism beyond India's borders. They built infrastructure across deserts and mountains to link empires. They created one of the earliest known multi-faith governments, and they left behind art that defined spiritual beauty for half the planet. Even their obscurity speaks volumes. For a civilization this important to be forgotten, shows how biased history can be, how empires without marble monuments can slip through the cracks, even when they shaped everything from religion to economics. So what does the Kushan Empire teach us? That power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it trades, translates, and transforms. That the real empire is often the one that connects others, the road, the coin, the scroll, the conversation. The Kushans ruled not with force alone, but with fluidity, blending gods and godsends, building bridges instead of borders. And they proved that even without a famous capital or a surviving dynasty, a civilization can reshape the world from the middle. So the next time you hear about the ancient world, and you think of Rome, China, Persia, remember the empire between them. The Kushans were the hinge of the world, spinning ideas, art, and spirit into gold. And even though the steppe wind has long since buried their names, we still live in the shadows of their crossroads. We're cracking open one of archaeology's most dazzling enigmas, Shingdui, a Bronze Age civilization so strange, so visually alien, that when its statues were first unearthed, some thought they came from another planet. But this isn't science fiction. This is the lost kingdom of Shu, an ancient Chinese realm that vanished from history and left behind giant gold masks, tree-shaped altars, and a mystery no dynasty scroll ever recorded. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And in the comments, tell me, how many lost kingdoms do you think still lie buried beneath modern cities? Because the kingdom of Shu didn't just vanish, was erased. Its story swallowed until one farmer's shovel hit gold. It's 1929, and a farmer in Guanghan, Sichuan province, is digging a ditch during a drought. His shovel strikes something hard, a cache of jade artifacts, carved, polished, and ancient. Curious items follow: blades, scepters, and ritual symbols, unlike anything in the official timeline of Chinese history. But then the world forgets, until 1986, when construction crews near Sindui, just 40 kilometers from Chengdu, discover two large pits filled with thousands of ritual objects: masks, statues, altars, trees, bronzeware, and gold leaf. The objects are exquisite, but utterly bizarre: towering bronze heads with bulging eyes, masks with exaggerated ears and protruding pupils, human figures standing on serpents, and even life-size statues, the largest ever found from the Bronze Age in China. There's no writing, no palace ruins, no tombs, just ritual artifacts, smashed and buried in a way that seems almost ceremonial. And not one of them fits the known dynastic timeline of ancient China. This was the kingdom of Shu, a name once mentioned only briefly in ancient texts, like the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Shu. For centuries, scholars assumed it was myth if it ever existed. It must have been a minor tribal kingdom. Sangsingdui changed that overnight. Carbon dating places the artifacts between 1200 and 1000 BCE, overlapping with the late Shang dynasty, one of the earliest known Chinese civilizations. But while the Shang worshipped ancestor spirits with oracle bones and bronze vessels, the Shu seemed to have a completely different worldview. Instead of tigers and dragons, they gave us sacred trees, golden masks, and stylized human forms with long limbs, wide eyes, and outstretched arms. Some researchers believe these weren't just art. They were gods, shamans, or kings transformed in ritual. And they weren't buried randomly. They were deliberately broken and interred, as if to send them to the underworld. And here's where it gets even weirder. The Shu people at Sangsingdui had no known writing system, yet they were their bronze casting techniques rivaled and even surpassed the Shang's, allowing them to create holocast, life-sized statues, complex ornamentation, and gilded surfaces technology centuries ahead of its time. How did a civilization with no cities on record and no writing produce some of the most advanced bronze work in the ancient world? Some scholars suggest they traded knowledge along hidden river routes stretching to the Yangtze and Mekong, connecting them with southern cultures, and even early Southeast Asian communities. Others believe the Shu were an independent cradle of civilization, parallel to the Shang, but with entirely different religious systems. Their sacred symbols, the sun and birds motif, the bronze divine trees, and masks with vertical pupils. To solar worship, a cult of transformation and cosmic connection that remains largely unexplained. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the Shu disappeared. Around 1000 BCE, Sangsingdui was abandoned. No signs of war, plague, or famine. The settlement was simply vacated, its rituals interrupted. One theory suggests a catastrophic earthquake or flood redirected the nearby Min River, cutting off Sangsingdui's water supply and forcing survivors to relocate. Archaeologists believe the Shu may have moved south to the Jinja site, about 50 kilometers away, where similar artifacts have been found just on a smaller scale. But the grandeur, the mysticism, the giant masks and divine trees, those never returned. It's as if Sangsingdui wasn't just a capital. It was a cosmic stage, a place where the boundary between human and divine was thinnest. When that thread was broken, the stage closed forever. Fast forward to today, and the discoveries keep coming. In 2021, 6 new sacrificial pits were uncovered at Sangsingdui, yielding more gold masks, bronze altars, and ivory carvings. One altar depicts a creature combining features of birds, snakes, and humans, possibly representing a mythical ancestor or hybrid god. Still no writing, still no tombs, just a kingdom that lived its myth so deeply it left no history, only symbolism. And here's the haunting part. Had the bronze not survived, the Shu might have been lost forever. Their entire civilization lived in ceremony, not stone, in ritual, not war. They carved their gods with care, then shattered them with reverence. They buried their story, hoping the earth would remember even if no one else did. So what does the Kingdom of Shu teach us? That history is not a single river, it's a braid of forgotten tributaries. That civilization doesn't have to follow the imperial script. It can rise with no writing, no monuments, and still leave behind artifacts so strange they challenge the definition of ancient China. They remind us that there is more to the past than the known, that mystery is part of memory, and that ritual is sometimes louder than text. So next time someone shows you a tidy timeline of human progress, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Shang Ramask, then where is Sangsingdui? Where is the kingdom that wore golden masks as wide as a chest, worshipped sacred trees, and turned its gods into hollow-eyed statues that still haunt our museums today? Because the Shu didn't just disappear, they were buried on purpose, not to be forgotten, but to be found by those ready to see differently. We sail to the rugged Mediterranean island of Sardinia, where the wind carries secrets and the land rises in waves of stone. It's a place of cliffs and caves, ancient olive trees and limestone that remembers, scattered across its hills more than 7,000 megalithic towers, some older than the Iliad, older than Rome. Welcome to the mystery of the Nuragic civilization, a people who left behind massive fortresses, sacred wells, bronze idols, and 1,000 unanswered questions. So, before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me below, which is more powerful, what we remember or what we build to be remembered? Because the Nuragic people built in stone, and yet almost everything else about them is still missing. We begin around 1800 BCE, in the middle of the Bronze Age, when most of Europe was still just learning to work with metal. But here on Sardinia, something astonishing begins. The construction of Nuragai, towering dry stone structures, shaped like beehives or bullet casings, made without mortar, rising up to 20 meters tall. The stones are massive, some weighing several tons, fitted together with uncanny precision. Inside, spiral staircases climb the dark walls. At the top, platforms for watching the horizon. The Nuragic towers dot the island like a constellation, sometimes standing alone, sometimes in complex villages with ramparts, courtyards, cisterns, and multiple towers connected by passageways. These weren't just homes, they weren't just forts, they were something more, symbols of power, community, and cosmic order. The civilization that built them, the Nuragic people, gets its name from these very towers. Nuragi, But who were they? We don't know what language they spoke. We don't have any writing. We don't even know what they called themselves. What we do have is stone, bronze, and silence. Archaeology tells us they lived in clan-based societies, building their nurogi across generations. They raised crops, herded animals, worked bronze with skill, and traded with the Mycenaeans, Phoenicians, and later the Etruscans. Their art shows warriors with horned helmets, archers in motion, ships with vertical sails, evidence of a people, both grounded and seafaring, equally at home in hilltop towers and saltwater trade routes. But what were the nuragi for? That's the million-euro question. Some scholars think they were military outposts, offering defense from rival clans or sea raiders. Others argue they were temples, aligned with solstices, built to honor celestial events and divine powers. Still, others suggest a mix of both, that they were community centers, housing not just warriors, but chiefs, priests, and perhaps even councils of elders who governed territory through ritual and negotiation. One compelling idea is that nuragi were a public declaration: we are here, we are strong, we endure. The fact that they remain thousands of years later suggests that the message was heard. And then there are the holy wells. Scattered near nuragi are subterranean temples, built with stone steps leading down to a pool of sacred water. These aren't crude pits. They're perfectly engineered, with astrological alignments that capture the moon or sun at specific times of the year. One well near Santa Cristina is shaped like a keyhole and reflects the full moon through its opening once every 18.6 years, in a celestial cycle known as the lunar standstill. This isn't accident. It's ritual science proof that the nuragic people observed the sky, tracked lunar calendars, and built with meaning beyond survival. Water, in their world, wasn't just life, it was sacred. A bridge between worlds, bronze figurines give us more glimpses. Hundreds have been found in temples and tombs, warriors with wide shoulders, archers in motion, musicians, dancers, priests, twins, and animals. Some show boats with crew and cargo, others show warriors in ritual pose. There's even a figurine of what looks like a boxer with gloves and headgear, leading some to speculate that combat sports were part of nuragic festivals, perhaps honoring strength, courage, or sacrifice. We even have small models of nuragi, themselves like blueprints in bronze, suggesting that these weren't random structures. They had architectural plans, symbolism, and maybe even spiritual geometry. So, what happened? The nuragic civilization flourished for almost 1,000 years, reaching its peak between 1300 and 900 BCE. But after that, things begin to shift. They come into contact with the Phoenicians, who establish coastal trading posts. Later, the Carthaginians and Romans arrive. Sardinia becomes part of a larger imperial machine, and the nuragic way of life slowly dissolves, absorbed, conquered, or forgotten. But it wasn't destruction by fire or sword. It was erosion by time, empire, and change. By the time Rome ruled, the island, the nuragi, were already relics, mysterious towers, standing silent on the hills. Even then, fast forward to today, and Sardinia is still watching over them. Locals call the towers nurogs. Many remain untouched, their purposes still debated, their secrets locked beneath lichen-covered stone. Some nuragi were converted into Roman shrines, Christian chapels, or even modern farm sheds. Others remain as they were, quiet, imposing. An enigmatic. UNESCO recognizes the Su-Nuraxi site at Barumani as a World Heritage Site, a symbol of this unique culture. But there are thousands more, waiting for attention, preservation, and exploration. Every year, archaeologists uncover new artifacts, piece together burial sites, and study astronomical alignments. And with each find, the Nuragic puzzle grows, more complex and more beautiful. So what does the Nuragic civilization teach us? That you don't need writing to be remembered. That a civilization can speak through stone, ritual, and sky. That survival is not just about walls, it's about worldview, cooperation, and devotion to mystery. They remind us that in a world obsessed with empires, there was a people who chose endurance over conquest, community over kingdom, and meaning over monumentality. They built not to impress the gods, but to stand with them. So next time you look at an ancient ruin and expect scripts and statues, remember Sardinia. Remember the towers rising from hills, the sacred wells lit by moonlight, and the people who built without needing to shout, because the Nuragic people are not forgotten. Their towers still whisper, and their silence is louder than most history books.